muted. Let's try this again. Hello, hello. Let me hit my light real fast. So you can actually see me. Dang, that's pretty bright. I don't know about that. How's it going, everybody? It's Tuesday. We're working hard. We are grinding. We're making games. We got a lot going on. If every single week feels like so long since the last dev stream. Excuse me. I think last week I was somewhat sick. This week I'm mostly over it. So I might have a few coughs, but I'll try and mute for you. We are working hard to get this gosh darn demo out. I would love to get it out this month. We have a lot to do. I'll show off our board of everything that I think is remaining. It's quite a lot of stuff, so we're just working as quickly through it all as we can. You know what? Let me jump over that real fast. We got a lot going on. We cut a bunch of stuff for after the demo, but we're still going to do it. But we got a lot of like tutorial stuff, obviously a lot of code. But we also have a lot of other stuff that I'm less familiar with, like sound and animations and, UI stuff. There's a lot of it because we have a lot of bugs there that we're sorting out. But this week, I think we will work through these these skills issues. I think grouping them this way makes it really nice to be able to see what all is left, so I can kind of prioritize each day, like, oh, Andrew should work on this, I should work on this, or like, should we both tackle sound together, because there's a lot of it going on. There's a lot to do, and a lot of it is stuff that, like, I don't really have a lot of sound experience. I'm really not that good at like profiling in Unity. Still got to learn a bunch of stuff there. Animation's the same. Like I can set up some basic animations, but there'll be a lot of learning for a lot of these columns. So it's nice to kind of group them off in their own sections, so I can kind of see like, oh, there's actually a ton of sound stuff. So I'll learn a bunch of sound stuff before I start tackling them. Or, oh, there's not too much profiling stuff. So maybe I can learn a little bit less. But we're going to work on skills this week, which I will jump in the game in a second. I think a great way to start off the stream is just jumping in, showing off what we built last week, crafting some items, core of the game, see if we can break some stuff. If we can, maybe we can fix a bug or two, but otherwise, like, we'll jump right into skills. I'll show off everything that I think we will be building. Let me pull up my chat so I've got all you guys. Get some coffee in me. Oh boy. I should have music going as well. Let me double check that. You know what? Do we? Yeah, we do. We do. All right. Everything is good. I've got to update this week's task. Let's just call it, integrating our skills systems into the rest of the game. We've got a lot of stuff going on. There's stuff that we have built that works. There's also stuff that we still need to build. So let me just jump in the game. Let's jump around. Last week we were working a lot in the item generation. We set up some really complex AI generation chains that basically differentiate based on the item type. And so now if you generate an item, say like the entry point is generate an item with this name. So let's say you generate an aluminum shovel. Now it's going to generate the base information for that, and it's going to say, oh, it is a named aluminum shovel. This is the description. It has an item type of tool, and maybe a little bit more like weight and value and stuff. But now we have these chains that say, okay, this shovel is an item type of tool. Pass that shovel data on to the next chain and say, all right, generate some tool specific information for the shovel. So we did all that, most of that last week. We got a lot of metadata effectively on all of these items, but we didn't have a lot of it like plugged back into the game. It wasn't serializing into other generations. So if you were to create that shovel and it created some tool data and then you used that tool in combination with something else, it wouldn't necessarily pass all those traits on. That's all plugged in. All the serialization's done and corrected. We also have new tooltips that I just finished this morning. They are mostly done. I think the consumables have a little bit of layout issues. They're not getting their header section drawn correctly, and their, you know what? I bet it's the main section that's not drawing correctly, because it looks like the header and the footer, the attribution line at the bottom, are off, because, I mean, it's off overlapping here and you can't see the header, but I think it's the main section that's not reporting its dimensions correctly to the Unity layout service thing. So rather than just locking myself into UI jail all stream and trying to figure that out, we're just going to say all these tooltips look amazing. There's not a flaw with a single one right now. Even consumables, they're perfect. So we're going to just put items and tooltips and UI on the back burner right now. We have plenty of UI stuff for skills. But yeah, as I said, hey Cozy, thanks for getting first. Congratulations. Hope you're having a good day. I got music ready for you, so enjoy me in the background. We got all these new tooltips. So all the metadata that we generated last week for all these items, so like what skill you get XP for when you use each tool, the different like durations and effects of consumables. Sometimes materials will have traits on them that you can see. Equipment has, everything looks a lot nicer and is actually displayed in the tooltips now. So just wanted to follow up and say, like, we built a lot of the back end for that last week, but I didn't get to show off what the visuals and front end for it looked like. But now it's all done. So if we take this axe and let's just make some items, I guess. Let's combine it with some crystals. We'll just run around. I don't know how much of the world that I've showed off. I think in the last week we've also done a lot of decor there. So we've built kind of this parkour course up in the mountain that still needs decorated more, but basically you can jump from area to area and not fall through the map. You know what? We'll load back in. There are bugs in our jump function that need fixed before the demo, of course. But yeah, let me show off. I think it's actually easiest to show off if I enable like our nav mesh. So it's very sporadically placed, but basically in this very obvious section that you can get into, we've got a couple like dropped items, which also is new this week, I believe. So side note, we added this generic acquirable item script we can put on items that we can now drop on the ground. Players can pick them up, but it also lets us like decorate the world a lot better with just kind of some thematic items that we can give to the player as one-offs. So mostly relevant for like hiding tools and stuff that they might not otherwise be able to craft or find immediately. But for example, we've got like a pickaxe over here. So if the player starts with no tools, they might want to run over here, grab a pickaxe. Obviously, to tie this all back to skills, you can craft a lot of these tools and stuff with smithing levels and stuff, but at the beginning of the game you might not have the level to craft a pickaxe, for example. So if you know where it is in the world, you can go find it, or you can just go exploring and just find whatever you find. But in this course we basically have this like initial area that I'll make nice and pretty, but if you are adventurous and want to kind of explore some stuff, you might notice that this lifted off section over here you can get to, and there's just enough space to jump over to this section, which maybe I'll decorate a little bit more to make it more obvious that something is up here, so you want to try and get up here. But from here you can jump up to this section. From this section you can jump across to here. If you miss, you go back, or you go back around and try again. And it basically just goes up, like, all the way up this mountain with different kind of parkour challenges. You have a couple rewards along the way of just, like, some interesting items that you wouldn't otherwise find. But if you make it all the way up to the top, you got a lot more rewards, effectively. You've got your ancient key here. You get 10 of them as materials. One side note there is we also added this week, basically every item acts a little bit differently when you harvest with it based on its item type. So tools, obviously, if you use an axe, a tool on this tree, you're going to be using that axe on that tree, and the axe's durability will go down a little bit each time, but you'll get back like logs or whatever you get from the tree. That's how it was with everything before. But now we also have, say, consumables. You can pour on the tree and it will consume the consumable. It'll use its effect. It'll apply it to the tree. So like a potion of growth serum will make the tree bigger. And that's basically a stand-in for harvesting, quote-unquote harvesting with your consumables. We also have weapons. You can use them on trees the same way, or in any object really. It's going to act like a tool, but the new one that's a big difference is materials. So if you try and harvest with materials, it's going to actually consume that material and give you a new item. So it's basically converting that material into a new item. And so one good example of that is, let me fly over there. I'll fly right back. There's this campfire in our first town, and next to it I've placed a dropped marshmallow. So this guy is a marshmallow. You can pick him up. He is a marshmallow material. So if you use that marshmallow on, say, a campfire, which is an object you would harvest from, it'll actually consume that marshmallow and give you a new item. So it'll become like a burnt marshmallow or something. So it's effectively, it's kind of like harvesting, but instead of durability, you have your stack of materials that you're using, and you're effectively like converting them into a new item. Still that guy, Jake. Welcome in. We are doing alchemy. We're doing alchemy with marshmallows, actually. So yeah, if you were to take, say, this chocolate and this marshmallow, you can combine them in your inventory into s'mores. And then you use those s'mores, the one stack of s'more material you have on this campfire, and you're going to get like cooked s'mores, gooey s'mores, melted s'mores, whatever it is. But it basically is just another way to convert this item into this item. Otherwise, you would have a s'mores item that you're using on this campfire, and you're continuously getting back like more and more cooked s'mores, but you're never consuming the one that you have. So it makes a lot more sense to do this like conversion with the items that we have. So that was all to say, if you make it over to this top of the parkour course over here, you end up getting 10 of these ancient keys, and they are materials. So you harvest from this ancient chest using those, and it will convert those keys into some sort of treasure or something. Whereas normally if you try to harvest from a treasure chest, like with an axe or a hammer or a shovel or something, it's going to give you like chipped wood or like something that implies you weren't able to get in the chest. And you'll get infinite amount of that, but if you use these keys, they turn into treasure. So it's just a cool little reward. We've also done a little bit of stuff around the world, like hiding in these new items in just like hard to reach places. So players that are a little adventurous and want to explore a little bit, they get kind of like a reward of, there's an object up there that they wouldn't otherwise be able to harvest from or acquire by just exploring a little bit more. Welcome in, Anthrax. Can't believe you almost missed stream time. No worries. We're just vibing today. We got a lot to do. We're gonna work on skills. I'm just kind of showing off. I've been so hard at work this week. I've added so much stuff since last stream, so just kind of showing off all that, tooting my own horn, as it were. 2 marshmallows and a feather is a chicken. We can make that happen. We can make that happen, Jake. I is that a recipe from another game that you are quoting, or oh, let me turn off the nav mission stuff. We actually only have like the 1-to-1 item recipes right now. Actually, I'll go into the game. We might as well be playing as we're talking. You're just awful. Yes, but we only have like 1-to-1 recipes right now. So like this item plus this item equals this, or at the furnace, this item plus this item equals this other item, or at the anvil, this item plus this template equals this item. But that is, I mean, literally the only reason we have that is because that's all we've built. We could, if we wanted to, throw in, wow. Yeah. We could throw in more crafting stations that would give us like a 3x3 Minecraft like crafting bench. Like that would be fun. We could throw in a cauldron that lets you put in as many items as you want and it makes a new item. Or we could do like a triangle of combine these 3 items into a chicken. Basically, we're going to do all that through workstations. So that's all coming. And I love the ideas, and that'll be fun to add in a lot more recipes for. Yeah, we got a few more baseline things to do, and then I want to just go ham on like adding workstations on a couple days. I just remembered one other thing I added this week, which is limited harvests. Definitely toned down the early access vibes. Oh, perfect. I have been focusing a lot on just making things look a little bit better. When we showed off the demo originally to some people with like just the tech in it, they were like, I mean, the famous line is, this looks like RuneScape, I don't like it. And we just wanted to show off like the alchemy systems. So as we're preparing for this demo real soon, I have been focusing a lot on visuals, especially a lot of UI, but also like a lot of world texturing, painting, painting in like grass and other stuff, filling in items. We added dropped items everywhere, so you can go grab a lemon, which I guess makes sense under the lemon tree. But we also added these limited harvests. So for example, this lemon tree has 10 lemons on it. You can see by harvest remaining 10 out of 10. If you come over here, you can harvest all 10 of them. It's going to automatically stop you at the end of that, but we also we haven't built in like the day-night cycles, like sleeping to end the day and stuff, but we do have the code for recharging that like per day, or like every hour there's another lemon that spawns, or however we want to do it. There's a lot of stuff that we wanted to have some like limited harvests on to make things a little bit more exclusive, or like more valuable if it's harder to get an infinite amount of them. So we got our 10 lemons here, and we can come back tomorrow and get 10 more if we want. But yeah, that was a fun little day detour. You love all the different tree colors. Heck yeah. This town actually is specifically cozy. I built it to give fall vibes. So we've got all the orange trees. We've got a little bit of green. I'll probably do in a few more like pine evergreens. We've got some pine trees out here you can kind of see in the distance. I'll probably add a few of these tall guys like on the outer edges. But we've got falling leaves. I'm going to put out like, I think actually we did put out a few pumpkins and stuff. So we got our witch's house over here. We're leaning into the spooky fall with this town, just giving it a nice big theme. We actually, can we harvest from this pumpkin? Oh, it's just a pumpkin we can pick up with a really small hitbox. I'll fix that. And no image. But yeah, let's see what we get when we mix a pumpkin and a lemon. Nobody knows. And I also think, on note of the workstations that we'll add, there's kind of no end to like what we can do with them. We got a zesty pumpkin treat. You can't really see it because our consumable tooltip is bugged, but we're still working on the consumable tooltips. Um, but what was I going to say? Right, workstations. I think it would be a fun one to add, like a 3D printer or something where you can just type in the name of an item and it will generate the item from the name, because that's actually how the systems work in the back end. It'd be really fun to have a stream where we add that in and then like chat just suggests tons and tons of items and then we can generate those in the game. And we could like just save those as game data to be released with the demo too. So there could be some fun stuff there. Anthrax. Fun fact, you can't actually split item stacks right now. So I couldn't split out one lemon to do a second lemon. However, I do know that there's an item on the ground. So let me go in and let me put that in. However, I'm pretty sure we actually blacklisted two of the same item in crafting. And I'm realizing we probably don't need to do that anymore. It was originally for technical reasons, but I think we did away with the problem. But I'm going to make it my personal mission to find out what happens when we combine two lemons. So let's go over here. What we're going to do is we're going to grab one lemon off the tree. And then we'll put it up here and then we'll grab a lemon, which will go to our inventory, which will be a split stack. And then we'll try and combine them. I'm pretty sure it's going to say you can't combine two of the same item. So we will actually fix that. That 3D printer sounds like it'd be incredibly fun for 5 minutes and then get rid of all the fun instantly. Yes. I mean, it's not high priority because, yeah, it's kind of the same problems. I think a few weeks ago I talked about our like prayer systems that I had planned, which still kind of on the back burner because they just give you so much power effectively. I think a workstation like that would be definitely locked behind a lot of like in-game stuff. So if you wanted to go collect like something simple from the very beginning of the game, maybe you just have some sort of resource that makes it more scarce that way. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, it's mostly fun for just seeing stream like what we can create, really. All right, so we've got lemons here. If we pick this up, we also have a lemon. Two different images, interestingly enough. I wonder if our image generation is not chaining correctly. But if we combine those, yes, you must combine two different items. So what we're going to do instead is allow it. Two different items, sure. We can remove that check, and theoretically it should be a valid crafting recipe now. So surely we'll find out what we get when we mix two lemons. And I'll probably keep this because, yeah, I think a lot of our original crafting recipes in the game were a lot of like doubled up items because it's super easy to come up with those combinations that way. So probably a good idea to have. There's no reason to block two of the same item, really. Hey, Kieran, welcome in. Thanks for popping in. We are about to get into some code soon, but we're kind of just showing off what all we've built. I've, oh, what was that sound? Hydrate. I've been so hard at work this week, just making tons of stuff, trying to prepare for this demo. Still trying to get it out at the end of the month, but I'm realizing that I also don't want to overlap it too much with Halloween, so I'm like, all right, do I need to get it out sooner? Do we want to do it on Halloween, around Halloween, etc., etc.? You know, it's crunch time, really, and I'm realizing I just need to chill a little bit. It'll be done when it's done, and the longer it takes, the better it is. I just want to get this out in people's hands so they can try it out. I will hydrate now. Thank you, Cozy. Some good water. Wash it down with some good coffee. You've been playing Minecraft? Heck yeah. What have you been playing? Is it, are you building anything fun over there? My wife Cozy and her siblings and I'm sure you've seen our Minecraft streams, but we've been building a big medieval town that is looking really good. All right, let's double up these lemons now. So what we're going to do, we're grab one lemon off the tree. All right, we got our lemon. Put it up there, and then we grab this lemon, and we combine them into concentrated lemon essence. There you go, Anthrax. A condensed form of lemon, incredibly sour and perfect for crafting or cooking. Perfect. You've been updating everything. Oh, yeah. I remember. Did you figure out how to update the version? The old admin left the server unfinished, so I'm just polishing it off. Nice. It's always cool to like set up that server, like crafty experience a little bit, and then go ham on the world. Excuse me. All right, so we got plenty of lemon essence. I think the only natural thing to do here is to find out what happens when you combine concentrated lemon essence with concentrated lemon essence. And yeah, I'm realizing we also have we got to generate items for images too. There's some like pre-made equipment and stuff that we've made just for testing out stats. That we didn't actually generate items for or images for. We got pure citrus crystal. Perfect. A crystallized form of lemon essence. Highly valued in culinary and alchemical crafts. Perfect. Let's combine that with a crystal. And then whatever this is, I'll probably combine with a tool, because we're going to be working with tools a lot today, because we're going to be working with stats. We got our radiant citrus crystal. Cool. So this is also a good example of some materials also will generate with traits now. So they have stats on them that don't necessarily do anything on their own. So like you can't equip this material, obviously. You can harvest with this material. For example, if I use a lemon on a lemon tree, I wonder what I will get. But like you're not going to get these stats while harvesting with that material. So we got a lemon sapling. Okay. And oh right, we continue harvesting with our bare hands. But the material traits are cool because theoretically, I haven't actually tested this, so I guess we'll find out right now. They do get passed into the item generation and the alchemy systems as like traits on that material. So if we were to go over to like the blacksmith and use this material as a material to make some armor out of, that armor should have these traits or similar traits on them. Likewise, if we were to combine them with, say, a shovel, we have +2 constitution, +2 wisdom on the material, nothing on the shovel. Maybe we'll get those on the resulting tool. We will see. Here's hoping it actually works. That was the idea, though. All right, so we got a luminous excavator. And we did get half of those attributes, so that kind of makes sense. And we also got harvest speed on this. And since it's on a tool, we now get those stats when you're actively using it, which doesn't make a ton of sense for like constitution and wisdom and stuff, but you do get it. But you do get harvest speed as well. So that tool will harvest a little bit faster than, say, this tool. And you'll also gain mining experience with this, which is kind of cool. But that's what we're gonna hook up today is the skill XP drops, skill leveling up. We have these skills in the game right now. Only a few of them. We're gonna add a few more, but really we don't have a lot of like content that unlocks when you level up these skills yet. So it doesn't make sense to add in like a ton of skills right now and they don't do anything. But right now, what will happen is every time that you level up one of these skills, you will unlock some things. So like smithing, you'll unlock a workstation. You get new recipes at that workstation. You can basically do stuff with that. But in addition to getting better at that skill, you're also going to be earning skill points or stat points, where every time you level up a skill, you're going to get, say, 3 or 4 unallocated stat points that you can assign over here and make your character stronger too. So that's a little bit of like 2 different routes to like making your character stronger. We've been trying to keep that like pillar of, we want to let people play the game entirely like combat based when we have combat, but we also want to let people play the game entirely like skill based. So normally you would level up all these skills through combat or whatever other systems we add in, but you can also now get after this stream today, you should be able to get these skill points from leveling up your skills as well. So if you go out and mine a bunch of trees, you're going to get a higher woodsman level. You're going to get some skill points, stat points. I need to differentiate those 2 words a little bit better. But you're going to be getting stat points from leveling up your skills that let you say, okay, I chopped a bunch of trees. Now I want to go level up my dexterity. So I get more harvest speed, more move speed, these things that I care about as a skiller, versus, or maybe if you want to be more combat driven, maybe you want more strength, you want more constitution or whatever. So there's different kind of routes to make your character stronger. It's not all just combat effectively. And you'll notice these secondary stats you're getting were just placeholders from when we built this like 3 weeks ago. So we're going to go back in eventually and kind of redesign the system of like what makes sense. We can just go in and change the values right now, but I think we need to spend some time and figure out like a good balance between what secondary effects each of these stats give you, just for balance reasons. So we're not going to go into those today, but we will get some unallocated stat points from leveling up our skills. And yeah, we'll probably go in. There's a bunch of placeholder stuff in here of like stuff we had planned for leveling up these skills. We might go in and update some of these pages later too, just to kind of fill out and get a sense of what all there is to do. Originally, we wanted some of these items or objects in the world to be kind of locked behind certain skill levels. Like you couldn't cut a grand tree until you were level 7 woodsman. I don't think we want to do that anymore, especially not for the demo. We might do it for like some special objects, like this tree here is a tree that you can walk over and harvest from. Probably makes sense to require some sort of level requirements. For the same kind of reason as like why we're not adding that 3D printer. Like if you can just walk over and get items that are really, really, really good, why would you go and cut down an oak tree next to it? So we're still figuring out like progression there, but we're going to use skills as kind of a progression curve to guide the player that way. Perhaps a reputation requirement. Guards aren't letting random schmucks near the world tree. You know, that could work. When we built this town, we talked about kind of the lore of how is it linked to this tree that is like obviously right outside its door? How are the two related? And we still have to like kind of finalize the story or how we even want to frame the story there. We've got some ideas of like the town might be here to protect the tree, or the town might be here to like contain the tree, or the town might be here to harvest from the tree, like what's the word, abuse or take advantage of the tree. So there's a lot of different ways we could go about that. One of the interesting things that Tony is working on and kind of has played with is if we give some, like, we're still figuring out plot generation and kind of story generation stuff, but if we give our shared world memories that all of the NPCs can pull from, if we give them knowledge about, like, oh, that town is over here, this tree is here, here's some information about the tree, we can have it generate like plot beats effectively of maybe this time you play, that's floating, maybe this time you play the game like the town is trying to protect the tree from something, and you might be going out into the world trying to figure out what they're protecting it from. But the next time you play, the NPCs might come up with different opinions on the tree and things of that nature. So they might be here to like try and destroy the tree, and maybe you're trying to either help them destroy the tree or figure out why they're destroying the tree, or stop them. So there's a lot of different routes that we could go. And we've been trying to add in a few more like big points of interest like that we can generate these kind of large plots around. I think another cool one is going to be, I really want to put like a giant dragon in the sky just floating around, and you have to figure out like how to lure it down to the ground, or maybe like befriend it or defeat it, or whatever we want to do. Like that can be another crux for generating plot. We also have over in the mountains, we have a crashed spaceship, which is completely out of this game's genre. However, if you find it and you harvest some materials from it, it effectively gives you the resources that you need in our alchemy system to start creating more like sci-fi items. So I think that is, I mean, we can obviously generate some plot around that as well, but I think that's also mechanically cool, of like you have this fantasy world that is set in a specific like power level, like structures of magic or weaponry or whatever. Like you don't have more advanced like weaponry, but you might be able to craft it from something from this if you're really good at crafting. So there's some like interesting consequences of adding interesting things like that. We also have over here, we've got this like dead forest that is kind of interacting somehow with this mountain. It's kind of splitting in half. We've got this giant statue in the front with some like sacrificial stuff, and we can generate some plot around that as well. I'm excited to see some of the memory stuff Andrew's been working on, mostly for NPCs, but it'll be really helpful for things like this as well, because I think it'll be really good for, even if we like write our own plot, we can use some of these world knowledge structures to expand it or like tweak it a little bit each time you play. One interesting thing over here that I want to note is we added these dropped items of uneasy feeling, which is a material, I believe. It could be a consumable, but that's another one of those items that just gives you some really interesting crafting opportunities. Like you're not going to craft that on its own usually, but if you combine that with, say, like some armor you've crafted or something, like that can make some cool armor or something. It'll definitely make something pretty unique. So just lots to explore, really. And we have a volcano and some hot springs over here. We've got like a beach, an ocean, lots of stuff still to fill out in the world. We want to leave ourselves space to kind of grow. Like time in the itch demo. Yes, yes, yes. And we saw time in the itch demo created some absolutely ridiculous things, like very, very strong items that could solve a lot of quests. So what we've done here is we've kind of dropped this item that once you pick it up, it's gone. You only get like one there. I think we have 4 in total around the area. So you have, well, you get a skull there. You have 3 or 4 of this like very abstract item, and you don't really have a way to craft new ones. So it becomes a question for the player of like, okay, I have this really rare, literally rare item that I can't create more of. What do I want to do with this? Do I want to craft it into like weaponry or armor that I want to equip and use? Do I want to try and make like some sort of panacea that solves every quest? But obviously there, if you give the item to an NPC to solve their quest, you don't have that item anymore. So trying to get a little bit more like scarce with these, excuse me, really abstract items. And yeah, we've also just thrown in a couple of fun things throughout the world. I cannot for the life of me find what I'm about to say we added, so I'm just going to go ahead and add another one. We have a couple trees, a couple rocks in the world that literally like, this is called a birch tree here. We're going to rename that to Suspicious Birch Tree. And now, whenever the player's walking by, they might notice that this birch tree is a little bit different in name, and it's going to have all of its own recipes, but since it uses those, I don't know why all these are in the ground, since it uses the name and the recipe and item generation, now when you use, say, an axe on a suspicious birch tree, maybe you're going to get suspicious birch logs or cursed birch logs or something. And so it's not like a progression thing, it's just a fun little thing that if a player finds one of these, they're like, ooh, what is that? And to tie that back, we could theoretically even generate these sort of small like quests around specific objects in the world. So if they find this and they harvest from it, we could kick off some sort of like, okay, the player found a suspicious birch tree in the forest, generate a plot around that, involve some NPCs in town, like tell those or add some memories to those NPCs about a suspicious birch tree, so the next time the player talks to them, they reference it. So it kind of like pulls the player into this quest. Lots of stuff to be done there, but it's all very hand-wavy until we build it, because we are working on skill systems this week. The abstract items seem like the perfect thing to gate behind skills. Oh, okay. Of course, only the most skilled of alchemists can brew with ominous feelings and such. Oh, interesting. So you're saying, or you're suggesting that, say the player grabs this uneasy feeling. Right now, they could combine it with like an axe or whatever they want immediately. But you're saying that it should probably have some sort of like stat requirement on it, or like abstract items in general. This would require, say, alchemy of level 5 or whatever to use. Alternatively, we could do something like you need a certain alchemy level in order to craft abstract items. The kind of flip side. Maybe affect the drop rate depending on the skill. Yes. Yeah, we could do something like that. Actually, that's a cool idea. One thing that we obviously don't have is combat. And combat I'm seeing as another avenue to collect items, but it's a different avenue because instead of, say, this tree, it technically has like a drop table that is keyed off of whatever tool you use, and you're generating that drop table as you go. But basically, as if you use an axe on it, you're going to get logs. If you use a fishing rod on it, you're going to get leaves. If you use a shovel on it, you might get some roots. Like, you're generating this drop table as you go, but it's very predictable. One thing that I want to do with combat and like enemies out in the world is give them a very large drop table where you're getting random items from. So say like a flying beetle that you kill might give you like some carapace parts, or like wings, or like other components to the beetle or something, and you get a random one each time. But it would be really cool to kind of weight those drops based off your skills, where, for example, if you are playing a really like combat heavy playstyle or something and you have higher level combat skills, you have a more likely to get some of the materials that are more useful to those combat skills, versus if you are just a fisherman or something, you might get a higher chance of getting like bug guts, which you can turn into bait or something like that. It's an interesting idea to kind of weight the drop tables based on the skills that you have, or the skill levels that you have. That way players don't get frustrated about locked off bits of the crafting tree. Yeah, that makes sense. We want to avoid that for sure. Yeah, I think it's something that we want to think through a little bit more. So right now we'll just keep it like, I mean, even on equipment right now, we generate stat requirements for it, but we don't even show it. We don't respect it. You can equip anything you want, no matter your stats. But we do want to kind of tone in or bring in that progression curve eventually. But right now, you kind of jump in and you can do whatever you want, which works really good for a demo, but doesn't necessarily work that great for like a full-length game. Where you want to kind of control that, like how often does the player need to do this activity versus this activity, or how long are they at this power level, this power level, this power level, because you kind of need that in order to ride that curve of like keeping things difficult but not too difficult, keeping things interesting. Don't just give them the best items at the beginning of the game, and so on. Yeah, that was a long, an hour-long talk apparently about everything that we are going to build and haven't started building this week. So I think a great place to get started is to go into our tools, which we have a bunch of pre-made right now. We have data for them. However, we don't have the associated skill that they level. So right now they're all defaulting to farming right now in your inventory. So we're going to go ahead and just add in that data real fast. So we've got some tools to, we start playing the game, we immediately have tools that we can use to test the skill stuff, and then we will continue into the skills from there. But we will do that real fast. We have our item template class, which is just our scriptable objects for item data that we want the game to ship with. Thank you for redeeming posture check. I have a terrible posture. Yes, thank you. We've got our item templates, which are all the items that we want the game to ship with. And at the beginning of the game, they all get converted into just items in the game data. And items are what we use for the rest of the game. Like when you generate new items, they're going to be items. So we have a little bit of like some code duplication here, basically. But what we're going to grab is just this related skill. Let's go ahead and give it a header, I guess. Give this guy a header too. And that'll let us add the skill that these items associate with to the actual game data that they're loaded from. And then we just need to, I believe in the item database, we copy over and create item from template. We just need to add in related skill. And I'm realizing, yes, thank you, autocomplete. Apparently we don't copy over rarity. So let's grab that too. All right, so that is easy. We have our skills stored as scriptable objects, and we could technically drag them in this, like We could do skill, I think we called it. Yeah. So we could do this and then drag in like farming for this and fishing for this. So this guy, where is skill? Gotta compile correctly. All right. I don't think we'll actually do this. I just want to see how it looks because I think it'll be a little bit of a pain to drag over the skills. It doesn't really give us anything as long as we don't make typos in the skill names. And since it's kind of a do it once and then leave it sort of thing, we'll find our typos and we'll fix them. But where even... Could also be skills are not serialized. Yeah, so we're not going to go down this route. I just wanted to see how it looked, if it was easy. We're just going to do string related skill over in our item database. We don't need to convert to string anymore. But now, assuming this compiles, we should get a skill attribute on each of these items, and we can just set that. And what we will end up doing eventually is just... all right, I know the problem. What we will end up doing eventually is just adding like a lookup table of skill name, return the actual skill. The problem is that we are defining a custom item template editor, and this needs to have skill in it too. And this is not the greatest way to do this, and it's really all just so we can add in some stuff later that we haven't really added. But let's go ahead and say add related skill. For tools, I guess, do we need it on anything else? We have equipment, we have consumables, we have materials, and we have weapons. We could technically add related skills to weapons. And then if you like attack with the weapons, you get some farming experience. I don't know that we want to do that. So right now we'll just add it to tools. So hopefully now related tool or related skill. Perfect. All right, so the question is, always more questions. We have our skills. Let me find those real fast. We have, let's see, dexterity is a skill. So we have a lot of skills that we can add to the game. We've got them built. We've got perks and stuff built on them. Literally all you have to do to actually add them to the live game is drag them into our skill database, and then also activate them on the player effectively. So the player only has these 5 skills activated. However, if I were to... I wonder if this will duplicate if I bring that in. It will. All right, so if I were to clear this and say lock that, bring in all of these, and then play the game, we should see all of those skills in the skill UI, the skill window. They also get passed through to the LLMs for item generation, so tools and stuff can start getting a related skill of smithing, but also like stealth, strength, nature, whatever we want. A lot of these are very placeholdery, but we now have a ton of skills here. Obviously, we haven't scaled the UI to account for it, but the question is, in this demo, we're not going to have a lot of content for the skills that we do have. Like, we had those 5 skills originally. Each one only has a little bit of content. Like, blacksmithing is the most fleshed out. So smithing gives you all this stuff, which already is in the game. But like alchemy doesn't give you a lot. It lets you do the combining of 2 items from your inventory, but past there, like, there's not a lot of rewards. But we're including some skills to just show in the demo that there will be skills, and there's stuff that we want to like add in. You can kind of like see some spells and get an idea of like, ooh, if I can cast enlarge item on an item, maybe I can turn a rock into like a boulder, or like a dagger into a sword, or something like that. Like, you can kind of get some sense of what you could do when the content is there. But we cut the skills down to just 5 in the demo because they're all so bare bones. We didn't want it coming across as just like, oh yeah, you added a bunch of skills, but they don't do anything. But I'm wondering if now that any tool can generate with a related stat, and you can start getting XP in that stat, that fact plus the fact that sometimes you're going to get items, well, when we limit the pool of content that the AI can pull from, they're going to make worse decisions. So for example, a shovel will probably give you farming experience, but if we take the farming skill out of the game, it'll probably, I mean, it will pick something else, some other skill that won't make as much sense. So is that like weirdness in the item enough reason to add in all these skills again, or most of these skills again, so that like items make more sense? Or is it better to have fewer skills to kind of dissuade that, like, you added a bunch of skills but they don't do anything sort of mindset? So this spade, for example, we got foraging as our related skill. So when you use this tool, you'll gain foraging experience. If you took out the foraging skill, it'd probably default to like farming. If you took out farming, it'd probably default to something weird. And we kind of see that already with like weapons and stuff. We don't have a lot of stats. So a lot of the weapons look weird or feel weird because they don't have all the stats yet. So that's the question. This feels like something that has to be checked with playtesting, unfortunately. You are right. No way to know unless you try it over and over. All right, that makes sense. That's fair. That's fair. Luckily, we will have some playtesting soon. And I will just make the executive decision of whether we want to ship that playtesting demo with all the skills or just a few skills. We're gonna go back to just a few skills here, and we'll mostly be playing with that, but I'll do some playtesting on my own to see how things feel with lots of skills. But let's go back to our 5, and let's figure out how we want leveling up and XP and stuff to work, I guess. So we have our skill database. Let's go double check what logic we've built in here already. I think we will end up with a combination of our skill database and our player database working together to manage the player's XP in a skill and the player's level in a skill. Skill database will probably be, a lot of this like static, how much experience you need for a specific level, getting the player's experience for a certain skill. Maybe that can move over to the player database, but we'll put our lookup table here for getting the actual skill from the name and so on. We probably actually can do away with this full skill list, or at least move the player database one back into the skill database now that things are a little bit progressed forward. The reason that we split out, we have a full skill list, which could be all the skills in the game, but we also, on the player database, have the player's skills. The reason we split that out is a very hand-wavy one of, what if we want creatures or NPCs or something that have different skills than the player? But I don't know if that's actually the case or going to happen anytime soon. So, for example, we could have like an NPC in town that has a stealth skill, and the player doesn't have a stealth skill. And the skill works in such a way that it modifies like attributes on whoever has it. And so, like, this guy could be a little stealthy or something. Like, that's very hand-wavy. I think what we'll end up doing is just adding all skills to everyone and then just give different levels of those skills to whoever. So that guy might have a high stealth skill, but everybody else is low. So I'm going to go ahead and do some surgery here. We are going to head on over to player database, and we've got our active skills here. I'm going to remove that. Well, I'll take note of these so I can add them over to the full skills. But before I do that, I want to remove the full skill list here and see what errors, because I don't think we're using it anywhere, but I just want to double check that. Some elemental spirit with a skill that the player can't get, so they have to build up rep with the spirit to do X thing. You know, that's a good idea too. I think we can do that. Like, we can still let the player have that skill, but there's a lot of stuff where we want to like force the player effectively to solve things in different ways. So that's a good one to keep in mind. Hey Tony, welcome on in. All right, so we deleted our full skill list and nothing erred. So I don't think we're actually using it anymore. So what we're gonna do is now delete our player's active skills list, and we will get errors there. I guarantee it, or your money back. So all of these places, we're just gonna go and update to grab from the skill database instead. And that is skill database.instance.active skills, because it's a singleton. Actually, it's going to be full skill list. So let's grab that. Let's get all our other errors. And actually, get related skill is literally this function. I put it in as a little placeholder, but what we're gonna do, let's just say full skill list.find that skill. Yep, that's perfect. So we don't even need that on our item, which, yeah, didn't really make a lot of sense. Let's go on to the next error. We're just moving all these to use our skills database skills list instead of the old player one. Here. And yeah, here's where we are inserting all the skill names into like the item generation logic. So it's really cool how we can literally just drag in like dexterity as a skill, and then items can start generating with dexterity, and some of the other systems can use dexterity in their inputs. All right. So we now have our skill database set up to be our single source of truth for what skills are in the game. Let's go ahead and clear that out. Sure. Unity errors are wild. All right, and let's just grab the skills that we think we'll want in the demo, just a very small subset. Alchemy, obviously. Still weird Unity stuff going on. This window isn't redrawing correctly. Animals, I think cooking would be cool. Pretty easy to imagine and make some workstations there. Like if you level up cooking to level 2, you unlock access to an oven. And an oven just lets you put an item in it, and it converts it into like a burnt version of that item or a cooked version or something. I think a lot of these Workstations are a great place to put in, say, like skill-based mini games or something. So maybe there's something you can do to cook your item, and if you do it well, it cooks. If you do it not that well, it burns. Another good example there is a sharpening stone over here. This will be a workstation soon where, or sharpening wheel, I guess, as we are adding durability to items and weapons and equipment. If you take them back here, we'll do a little like rhythm mini game where you're tapping them to the wheel in beat, and each time you do it correctly, it'll give you a durability back. So it's like a little game you play, but if you do it well, you get some sort of reward. Haven't really figured that out, but if you don't want to do that, you can go over to like the blacksmith and just pay him gold to repair all your items or something. So another of those like choice-based, how does the player want to play? Yes, back to skills. Skills that we want to include in the demo. Let's go back to our skill database and lock it so I don't get distracted too much. Let's say alchemy, cooking. We could do crafting, sure. We'll just see how that feels with the tools we're getting. Farming, we probably don't want to do, because if we add that, there's a lot of expectations from the player of like, oh, I can actually farm. Versus like if you have an alchemy skill, you're like, ooh, what can I do with that? Instead of, ooh, I bet I can do XYZ. And then they find out they can't do it. Fire making, fishing. Again, they can't actually fish. There's literally a bug right now where you can't even interact with the water. So probably don't want to add fishing. Foraging and herb lore, we're going to kind of bake into one. Let me look at whether we have perks on either of these. Okay, we kind of do, but they're all going to go away. But I'm really excited about this perk here, Speak with Plants. If you level up like herb lore or something to level 5, you can cast a spell on a tree and talk to it like an NPC, because we can literally just instantiate a little NPC brain and give it sensory input around it and give it some memories and stuff like that, and then you can talk to it like an NPC. I think that'd be super fun, just as a fun little aside. So we're going to add in herb lore. Let's do mining as well. We got plenty to mine, and that's a very obvious one. We could do nature. Let's see if it's got perks. It does not, but that might be a better one to have than like, what did we call it? Woodsman. Woodsman's weird because it's so specific to just like trees effectively. And so it's kind of hard to give it like workstations, like other than like a log cutting station or something. It's hard to give it perks for anything other than like you cut trees faster or you find birds' nests in trees or something. So I think instead of doing Woodsman, which it doesn't really have any real perks since that was all placeholder stuff. Let's add in nature for now. And then smithing, we obviously want. Social is something kind of hand wavy right now. Lots of spells for like interacting with NPCs. And there's lots of really cool stuff to be done there. Like haggling on items. Right now you can buy items for a certain amount of gold, but if you unlock haggling, maybe you unlock you open a separate conversation about that item, and we do some of the cool tech stuff that we did in a previous demo where you're trying to convince an NPC of something, and if you're successful, then they say sell it to you for cheaper, or if you're not successful, they no longer sell the item, or you have to buy it full price or something. But there's also some really cool ones here of like, you could cast a spell on an NPC that gets added to like the prompt of what generates their dialogue that says like, you can only tell the truth, or you can only tell lies, or like you have to tell in excruciating detail what you think about blank, or one cool thing, we're adding memory to all these NPCs so they can recall these previous conversations that they had with you. They can recall facts that they know about the world. we could add a spell that lets you as a player go in and see like their memories and go in and like delete a memory or like change a memory, or like alternatively, we're adding in the ability for NPCs to kind of make their own decisions of what they do throughout the day. So they have this like internal monologue of, oh, I'm not doing anything right now. Here's all the things I could do. Here's my personality, my preferences, blah, blah, blah. Make a decision on what I'm doing. And the LLM generates like, oh, walk to the nearest lake. And they go do that. And then they no longer have a current task. So then now they're like, what do I do now? And it's like, oh, go fishing, whatever. So we could have a spell that the player casts that lets them see all these actions that the NPCs can choose for themselves, and picks one and says, you have to do this now. And the NPC goes off and does that. And that could be like a spell, like magical, or that could be like their social skill is so high level, they're so persuasive. Like we could generate some dialogue for them saying like, I mean, I'm not a silver tongue or whatever it is, but we could generate dialogue saying like, you need to go do this, or you should go do this because this reason and this reason and this reason, very tailored to you. Like, I think there's a lot of really cool NPC interactions that we can layer on top of this very like baseline conversations and memories and actions stuff that we're building. So that's all to say, social would be really cool to add in the demo to kind of give that sense of what you'll be able to do. However, it's one of those things where it's such a different system. You're not really going to be getting XP like from harvesting something out in the world and getting social XP. And we also need to kind of tie in a lot of those like XP drops into the actual conversations themselves. So it's like very different from the other skills. So I don't think that we'll add it just because we probably won't get the time to add all that in before the demo. So that's all coming, but we won't include it here. Stealth, probably not. Thieving, strength, woodsman. I think this is a good set of 7 skills. We could even, for funsies, we can add in, what's it called? Divinity. Like, it doesn't really do anything, but it could look really cool on some tools that you generate. But again, like speaking with deities in the world, same with like speaking with a tree. We can just give them an NPC brain, memories, sensory inputs, etc. Like, there's some cool stuff that we can do there outside of workstations. Like purifying items in your inventory, blessing items in your inventory. Like, that's some cool crafting stuff that you'll be able to do. So we talked about a lot of the like very, very high level, like, oh, I want to pray to this deity to merge these 2 item data pieces together so that this item is always this item and vice versa. We're probably not going to do that, but there is some cool other stuff that we could do, and just like spells and stuff. So maybe we'll add in that for now and just see how it feels with like the items that we're generating. So now we have a nice 8, which should look nice in the UI. Let's go ahead and see how that looks real fast. Skills window. Unlock this, turn that on. Oh, right, we need to populate it. So let's just go in the game and check it out. Lots of just talking about what we're going to do, and we will get to it. I think a lot of this is like, the code is not that hard to write. We've done a lot of the hard systems and stuff already. So a lot of what is just taking time these days is just figuring out how and why we want to do things. Oh, it didn't start. So that's why I'm just taking some time and talking through some stuff. I really appreciate you guys' feedback. Really, really good suggestions so far. And it really, really helps me to hear what you guys think. And like Anthrax had some really good feedback on the divinity skill. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to cut all of that because that makes a lot of sense. So we're just building like what seems cool, but obviously what seems cool and what makes a good game sometimes don't jive unless you tweak some stuff. Let's look at these skills. All right. Patrick, I was not late, but neither were you. You're just in time. We are working on stats. I think this is a fine amount of stats. Maybe we'll make them a little bit bigger so we can get a 4x2. And we'll just stretch this out. And then we'll get into some code. Maybe some UI first, but definitely some code soon. But this will look good. So now we have these skills. So theoretically, if we start making some items, maybe we'll be able to get some of these new skills as their related skill, which is what they will start generating XP for. So we got mining on our crystal shovel. Yeah, that makes sense. Fishing rod is going to be a good one because we don't have fishing in the game. So if we do fishing rod and a fire resistance potion, maybe. Our hoe is nature XP. That makes sense. Let's see. What other tools do we have? We've got a net. Let's do a net and an amulet of true sight. Get that started. Flame-proof fishing rod gives you nature XP. Sure. That makes sense. And while you use it, you get fire resistance. So if somebody's shooting you with fireballs, just start fishing. Everything's going to be fine. Hope everyone's having a great day. You too. All right, our Sears net, nature XP again. So a lot of things are going to give nature XP, which I think is fine. It's also kind of nice to get kind of more scarce. Like it's probably hard to find something that gives you cooking XP unless you're doing cooking tools and stuff, or something that gives you alchemy XP is probably hard to come by, but once you find one, it's like, ooh, I can get some good XP from this. Let's see, what other tools? Pickaxe obviously is going to give us mining. This says farming because we started going through and setting all of the XP for these existing tools and then got hella sidetracked. So are there any items here that we might be able to not get mining? Maybe like a shrink potion on a pickaxe. Maybe it'll give us something else than mining. And then I think that was our last tool. No, we got mining. That's fine. Miniature pickaxe gives you less FOV while you use it. Kind of silly. I like that. And an axe, which is probably going to give you nature. So let's see. What are our skills again? Cooking, crafting, herb lore. Maybe we can get like herb lore on something. Carrot potion. Let's do a blood mushroom. Let's see what we get with that. But yeah, what are you guys all up to today? You having a good day? I hope so. Oh right, we start getting weapons and stuff pretty easily on axes. So this is fine. Yeah, seems fine. Let's go ahead and, before we forget, let's go add all these default skills to all these items that we start the game with. So let's first take our skill database, drag that over there so we don't forget what skills we locked in, and let's go update these guys. So all of our tools have an empty related skill, so we're just going to fill those out. I wonder if I can actually... Is that a terrible idea? You know, it's not too bad. I just need this to be somewhere I can see it. Alright. Busy, finally clocked out of work. Heck yeah, an hour earlier than usual. So now I'm trying to figure out what I want to get into. Might I recommend video games? Play something fun? Maybe? Alright, let's get these sorted out. So whetstone as a tool. Smithing, sure. Alright, yeah, I guess I'll just go pretty fast on a lot of these because we can change them anytime we want. We just need something, really. Tongs. Let's say crafting. I'm trying to wrap my brain around the most ludicrous data. I believe you. Thankfully, we'll dance it all off in like 2 hours. Heck yeah. Oh my god, it's already 2 o'clock. All right. Yeah. Well, I bet that you will have your brain fully wrapped around it by then. So no worries, no worries. Listen, I've been enjoying myself with the Metaphor demo. I'm sure I will get into it again at some point today. Metaphor. I ain't heard of that. Where's my Steam window? That's not the right Steam site. Metaphor. You'll have to tell me what the Metaphor game is. It's by the same people that do Persona. Oh, okay, so something's big then. Excuse me. Throat's acting up again, dang. Alright, let's get through some more of these items real fast. Telescope. I'm still curious what we're even going to get when we start using like a telescope on a tree. But you know what? We're going to say Divinity on this one. A sickle. Nature. Sure. That will eventually be farming, but I don't want to add that yet. Shovel. Nature. Shears. Let's say crafting. Scythe. We'll say nature. Scissors, crafting. Saw, nature. A pulley. We'll think about that one. What kind of dancing? It's like a dance workout class, so some Zumba-ish and some hip-hop type of stuff. Heck yeah. Cozy is a great dancer. And, you know, you gotta just dance it out sometimes, so good plan. Big twist is it's actually set in high fantasy and class-based. It's so wild. I love it. Ooh, high fantasy, you say? Shared in general chat on Discord in case you ever want to check it out. I will absolutely check it out. I'll probably check it out after the stream, though. But that sounds interesting. I've heard great things about the Persona games, but I haven't played them yet, so something high fantasy might be cool. Although I do want to check them out just for the like urban fantasy, I think they're called, when they're kind of the school setting with some magic. Yeah. Pulley. Should this even be a tool? We're gonna say smithing for now, but we're not gonna be happy about it. Pickaxe. Mining. You know what? Maybe pulley should have been mining too, but oh well. Nature for net. Needle and thread gets crafting. Mortar and pestle. Finally, we get something that's herblore. Magnifying glass. I'm going to go ahead and say divinity on that one as well, because the telescope was and seems related. Lockpick set. Smithing? Not going to be happy about that one. Lantern. Why is this a tool again? Let's say divinity on that one. You'll probably get a lot of light-based thing. If you use a lantern on a tree, maybe you get some like fireflies or something. Alright, we're getting through it. Say nature on the hoe. Wish I could control W to close tabs. Hammer. Let's go smithing. fishing rod. Let's go nature. A file. We'll go crafting. A crucible. Let's go smithing. Although that seems less like a tool and more like a workstation, but we are not panicking about that right now. Chisel. You know what? Let's do crafting on that one too. It could go blacksmithing, could go something else, but that's fine. A bucket. Yeah. You know what? Let's make buckets a material, because we just added this system where harvesting with a material turns your item into something else. So I feel like that makes sense for a bucket, because right now, like, if you go to the water and use your bucket on the water, you're gonna just repeatedly get more and more water, or maybe even more and more buckets of water. But if we turn it into a material, that means you go to the water and you use your bucket on the water. It converts your bucket into like bucket of water. So let's do that, and let's also move it up into the materials folder just to keep things clean. All right, so that is fine. I'm going to come back to that pulley. Pulley is used in pretty much everything that requires heavy lifting now. Yes. Oh, I've lost a lot of chat. Okay. I have like 3 hours in Persona 5 and enjoyed it, but it never went back. Honestly, would love to pick it back up, but this game Metaphor, I've never experienced anything like. Okay. Hyping it up real good. And the demo has at least 8 hours of gameplay before you reach the end of it. Awesome. Good. I'll check it out for sure. And your save game carries over to the full game. Yes, that would be... I feel like that is always missing from a lot of the demos that I play. That's a big one. Bellows. We're going to go smithing. We're going to knock these out. Bare hands is one where we're going to leave it blank. So we'll need to make sure that functionally works, but it does make sense that, I mean, if you harvest with your bare hands, you probably shouldn't be getting any skill XP. Or maybe you do. You could get nature XP or something. We're going to leave it blank. It's fine. All right, and an axe, nature again. All right, let's go look at that pulley again, because smithing, you know, I could see it going like smithing or also mining. Let's go smithing for now. There's a lot of obvious ways to get mining tools, like pickaxes and stuff. There's a lot less obvious ways to get smithing tools, so why not? I wish we could already have the building and combat systems in here. Yes, me too. We just gotta build them. For anybody who doesn't know, Tony and I are building this game together. So... hit him with your suggestions and feedback too, but it's going to be great. The other question with skills is, do we want the set of skills to be fixed or not? Probably yes at first. Yes, I'd say definitely yes at first, but when you look at the system that we've built for skills, it is very, very cool that effectively to make a new skill, like, there's a lot going on. But when you create a skill, you're basically creating this skill object and you need to set up like the perks, which probably have their own systems in some way. So like different spells and different things that you do with those perks. But past that, a lot of it is just the description, the help text, and the name. And a lot of the other systems just pull like your skill name and its description in deciding like how they interact with that skill. So it is really, really cool that we could like dynamically add skills on the fly. And we probably do want to do that eventually. But yeah, absolutely at the start I'd say let's keep it static just for simplicity and get something out there. Cool. So we should now have all of our starting tools having specific skill drops, or skill associations. So each tool that we start with is going to give us different skill stuff. Wow, that's some tongue twisters today. So I think what we want to do, let's go to our item database. We have somewhere in here populates the player's inventory with a bunch of random items that we start with. I think what we want to do is let's go ahead and start with all of the tools just so we can test stuff today. So we're going to say for each item in item database instance.find by type. Let's add that, or we don't necessarily need to add that quite yet. We'll just go ahead and, geez, that's big. Let's just add them manually for now. So we've got axe, pickaxe, shovel, crucible, chisel, net. I want to see some lantern items, mortar, and pestle, needle and thread. Let's get our pulley in there so we can see some stuff. Let's go with a saw, some scissors. Telescope will be an interesting one to see. Tongs and a whetstone, which might also turn into a material for the same reason that a bucket did, but we'll play test that and see what we think. So now we're going to start with all of these different tools in our inventory. So that'll let us theoretically just start gaining XP in each of these skills. One quick thing we want to do is head over to the skills window and rescale it to fit 8 skills inside. So we don't have it dynamically rescale right now just for like performance reasons, but it's not a big deal. I don't mind going in and resizing. So this guy, we're basically just gonna, let's put 8 of these guys in so we can see. And then let's rescale this grid. You know what, let's go ahead and just content size fitter. Preferred size vertical. Right. Right. Well, let's not do that. But it did resize stuff, so we can just resize these manually. Constant need of working on systems. Yes. I love games that are very system driven, and like the fun gameplay is emergent from overlapping those systems in interesting ways. So I feel like everything I ever build is just like systems on systems on systems. So I feel that pain, Patrick. What practical use does a pulley have in a game where you can get quality logs from a tree with an axe alone? You know what? I don't know. But we're going to go in and we're going to use a pulley on a few objects, and we're going to see what we get. because it's very likely that it doesn't have any value, but there might be a chance that it does something. So pulley. Well, let's get some of these other ones like a mortar. Well, yeah, why not? Let's try using a mortar and pestle on things. That might make more sense as a workstation later, I'm realizing. What are some other interesting ones? Let's say whetstone, scissors. We want to try that lantern and our telescope. Thank you for linking the Discord, Patrick. Appreciate it. Anybody watching, absolutely welcome. Join our Discord. We're a bunch of gamers and game developers. Tony and I are building this game called Elixir Emporium, which is has a Steam page. You can wishlist it right now and get notified when our demo's out. We don't have a release date yet, but let me link our Steam page as well. And Patrick's working on some great stuff. You know, there's other people in there working on great stuff too. So check it out. Let us know what you're working on too. You're just following the Nightbot. Oh, gotcha. Well, thank you anyway. All right, let's see this pulley system. So pulley on some tall grass. What are we gonna get? Anthrax is other people. Yes, he's a big gamer. He has some great knowledge on games, giving us a lot of good feedback. He's a cool guy. You know, you can never have enough gamers around. Why are we... Interesting. Well, let's use our pulley on the lemon tree, I guess. What did we get from pulley on the grass? We got bundled grass. So probably the same thing that you would have got with your bare hands, but at least you're getting some smithing XP. You're getting some lemons with your pulley. Sure. Let's try using a mortar and pestle on our lemon tree. See what we get. All you see is just another lemon tree. Yeah. We got lemon powder with our mortar and pestle. Sure, that makes sense. A whetstone. Can we sharpen this lemon tree? Sharpened lemon tree branch. Now that is going to make some good weapons. Let's try that with some aluminum. Let's make a... Well, actually, first, can we get some, like, branches? Oh, wait. We have the branch. Something that could make, like, a handle. You know what? Let's try scissors on the lemon tree, but let's craft our aluminum and a sharpened lemon tree branch. Try and get a lemon sword, maybe. So, trimmed lemon branches from our scissors. Sure. I'm very curious what lantern is going to start giving us. We got an aluminum infused lemon spear. Perfect. Carries a faint lemon scent that can increase harvest yield. Perfect. So with our lantern, we got luminous lemons. Sure. They have absorbed light, making them emit a soft glow, useful for unique recipes or light sources. So maybe we take that and combine it with a amulet of true sight. And lastly, using a telescope on our lemon tree, we got more lemons. So that's fine. Just get a little bit of divinity XP with that. Glowing amulet of illuminated sight gives you more vision than we had before, I believe. Ooh, we gotta update that text. So we had plus 15. We got plus 15 again, but at least it's worth more. Burnt lemon. Oh wow, I'm just now realizing that you updated the item hover UI. Yes, I actually just finished that this morning. Yesterday I went ham on this new design for all the tooltips. We pulled out the image since it's literally right next to it. We originally had it in just to get a higher res version of the image, but I'm going to add it in your codex, just like a giant version of the image, because some of the images are pretty cool. But yeah, it's almost done. We have some problems with consumables right now, which maybe if I take our mortar and pestle on some grass or something, we can make a potion real fast. But we've got some bundled grass and ground grass powder. Sure. Maybe we can get a potion with that. And I'll show off a consumable tooltip. Really, they're just... I don't even need to show it off. The dimensions aren't correct. Grass weave pouch. Okay. That's kind of cool. If you equip it, you get +1 inventory size. So, I mean, your inventory doesn't fill the whole area. That's a cool stat to have. So maybe we could take that and maybe get more inventory slots with something else. Or maybe if we were to reinforce it with like aluminum or something, it might be bigger. Enhanced grass weave pouch. Let's go ahead and take that with... lemon powder, amber, or needle and thread. Let's do amber with it. More inventory slots makes me happy always. Absolutely. Yes. But there is value in starting out with fewer inventory slots. A little bit of value, but there's some free progression there. All right. +5 inventory size. I'm not going to equip it because I know for a fact that it crashes the game. But I need to fix that affix real fast. So many random things you want to try, but I don't want to impose on the experimenting. Please suggest. I am more than happy. I'm really just experimenting too and want to try stuff. So if you want to try something, absolutely let me know. We will break stuff together. And yes, the playtest is planned to come out late October. Obviously, we still have a lot to do, so we are crunching hard to get there, but I hope so. Let's see. All right, whetstone plus lemon. Surely it'll give us a sharp lemon, right? A lemon-soaked whetstone. Okay, so I want to actually try something too. I'm pretty sure this should give the same item because the ingredients should be independent. Like, it doesn't matter what order they're in. Yeah, that's what I thought. Lemon-soaked whetstone. However, what we can do, which we will do as we slowly walk across the entire world, if we go over to the furnace, that lets us specify, like, use this item on this item instead of the, like, equal combination that we do in our inventory. So I'm going to run over there and I'm going to say use whetstone on a lemon, and we'll see what we get there. If we make it over there ever. But in the meantime, we'll be crafting some other stuff. So I like this satchel. That's a cool one. We can take our lemon spear and make it even more lemony, I think. Actually, let's use our lemon... let's use our trimmed lemon branches. We'll be a lemon warrior. Lemon-infused harvest spear. Sure. Lemon grab returns. So fun fact, Cozy could back me up on this, but every time I see lemon grab in Adventure Time, I am like, oh yes, I jive with that guy. That is what my internal monologue looks like. He's a cool guy. Unlocked the lemon set. You know, I'm gonna save some of these lemons over here, especially the luminous lemons, and while we're over at the furnace, we'll stop by the anvil and we will craft our set of lemon armor. But what else have we got to play with here? We got our backpack, which maybe we can combine with our chrono satchel. Backpack gives +10 slots. Chrono satchel gives +5. Maybe we can get even more. That's also what your external monologue sounds like sometimes. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Cozy. There's also a vast gulf between the internal and external monologues. I hope so. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, we made it in time. We got our temporal expander pack, which didn't actually give us more inventory slots. Womp womp. So actually what we can do there, great example. Well, so I'll say what we can do there is drop this guy in here and break it back down into its components. It's a good like undo button while you're crafting. I'm pretty sure that crashes right now too. Bugs to fix. But we are here for the furnace where we can say the lemon will be changed. The whetstone will be melted down and applied to the lemon. So let's see if we can get a sharp lemon this way. No more inventory. I quit. I want a backpack into my backpack into my backpack. Yo, dog, I heard you like inventory space. All right, we got a sour whetstone, which, you know, is pretty cool in its own right. Let's go ahead and use that with our axe. And let's do it over here too. So we like use the whetstone on the axe. But let's go ahead and put a net on our temporal expander pack. We got a sour axe. Sure. Gives us smithing XP, interestingly enough. I think because the whetstone was related to smithing, so it probably applied that to the axe. Oh boy. All right. Eternal Hunter's Bindle. There we go, guys. We've done it. Plus 50 inventory size. I'm going to have to implement scrolling. And plus 15 harvest yield, which, you know, I still need to work on the scaling there. But I think we're going to have harvest yield improve the... I can't remember what we decided, actually. It's either the quantity of items, so like every time you harvest, you get plus 15 items, which I don't think is super great because it feels really bad when you don't have that stat. Or we are planning on like quality on items. So, for example, this item would be quality 0 because it doesn't have any modifiers on it. But if you got like plus 1% quality on it, all of the affix numbers would be 1% higher. So it'd be like plus 51 inventory size. So probably quality on that way. But this item's pretty good, guys. Combining the temporal expander's backpack storage mechanic or storage manic with the magic. Wow, I cannot type today. With the practical design of a net, this accessory provides extra dimensional storage for an array of creatures and items, specifically enhancing the efficiency of hunters and gatherers alike. That's a pretty good one. I'm wondering if our rarity generation is not working, since everything seems to be common, and it seems like that should be at least a rarity up, but it's a pretty good one. One other thing that I'll probably add that I haven't added yet, we have our storage chest here. Pretty classic for any game where you're making items and want to keep them. Where did that backpack go? Oh, here. One thing I want to add for the demo is just make this storage chest persist between playthroughs. So if you craft like a really cool item when you're testing stuff out, you can drop it in here, and then the next time you play, everything resets normally, but you'll at least have all these items. So you can kind of build yourself like a collection of cool stuff here. But we don't have that yet, so we're going to lose this item forever. Is the color associated with an inventory item related to its rarity or its item type? It is the type. So materials are all purple. Equipment is yellow. Tools are green. That is specifically just, well, mostly so you can find like all the tools in your inventory really fast. But I feel like a better solution there is having some sort of like buttons to highlight specific types. So you could click the tools button and see all the tools. And at that point, I think it would be better for items to have colors based on their rarity. But for now, the only color is item type. Well, the bottom right of the tooltip will be different colors if it's different rarities, but we only have common on all these, so the colors are item type here. Why else was I here? Oh yes, we are crafting lemon armor. So let's see, we've got our luminous lemons, which we will use as a resource. And we will craft our plate mail, plate legs, and a helmet. Which I'm pretty sure I can just click all three of those and they'll go in parallel. But we will find out. Apparently so. Behold, a sour infinite basket. Heck yeah, limit it. Let me build a collection of the things. Heck yes. So we haven't built a lot of the we've built a lot of collection systems for collecting items, but we haven't built a lot of the other side of that way to play, right? Like the stash that you can collect stuff into is a really, really simple example. Like you can drag stuff in there, but you also see some examples of this in other games with like Animal Crossing has a museum where you can donate one of every item that you've found to, and you will put it on display. We could do some really cool stuff like generating information about it that you can like read more about this item and where it was created in the world and like some lore about it. But you can basically make a collection of items that way. Another cool implementation is like Stardew Valley's community center, where we can generate like bundles of specific items that you need to go out in the world and find. And then when you find like these 5 items specifically and donate them, you get some sort of like something unlocked, some sort of progression. Like maybe you gain access to a new area or something. And there's a few other ways that we can kind of let you show off the cool things that you've found, but still figuring all those out. We're mostly figuring out ways to let you find a bunch of stuff right now, but collecting obviously is the best feeling. An Animal Crossing museum in this game would be like the Halls of Eternity. Heck yeah, it goes on forever. I think that'd be super fun. I mean, that's kind of the like goal of like the abstract hand wavy infinite progression, infinite crafting. Like the cool thing about a lot of games is you can learn the systems and then you use those systems to progress through it until the end. But then once you've played that, you get a lot of like replayability in using those systems in different ways, but you don't get a lot of like that infinite progression or, I'm sure we'll talk about that real soon. I see Tony mentioning the instance dungeons. But I think, a lot of what I like in like Minecraft is I can load up a new game with 40 different mods that add just tons and tons of new content. And I can go into this world blind, knowing all the systems and how to play, and like the very high level, like, oh, if I see an enemy, I should run away from it, or I should kill it, and it'll drop stuff, and I can use that stuff to craft stuff. Like, I don't have to learn Minecraft again when I add all these mods for more content. I can just play again and play in a completely different way because of all this new content. So I think we've kind of baked a little bit of that in here where you're kind of generating that content as you go, but you know all those systems and like the workstations and like how stuff works, how alchemy works. I have noticed that I learn a lot of like tricks to the alchemy effectively, like when to use this versus when to use the furnace. So there's a lot of game knowledge there that makes it really cool to go into a new world with all this expertise because you're going to play well, but you're still being hit with new stuff, random stuff every time. Infinite grand halls of nothing to fill. You can fill it. I believe in you. Big difference here is we won't have a fixed list of things. We do not, however, that's a good example of another like collection thing. I think it'd be really cool to have in your codex like a fixed list of item names to craft, and those items don't exist in the game. Their crafting recipes don't exist in the game, but it'd be cool for like the expert crafter to try and craft one of these. So an example might be crafting an item named Peace on Earth, or like what's the impossible mechanical thing, like an infinite or a perpetual energy machine. Like these sorts of items that Philosopher's Stone, Fountain of Youth, like it would be really cool to have some notes in your notebook of like, ooh, I bet this thing exists in the world, I don't know how to craft it, and you can kind of go through and see all these items and decide which one you want to like just spend all your time as an alchemist trying to craft. Because if you craft it, we can build the systems to have that item data in the game already. We can give it some really bonkers stats or effects or whatever. But that's a cool example of like we have this infinitely generated stuff, but we can also have some like pre-generated or set lists for completionists to check off and say like, I did everything, even when there's infinitely more stuff. Have I floated the instance dungeons idea on stream at all? I think I've mentioned it once or twice. Let me put on this lemon armor that we've crafted, our new lemon set, as they say, and I'll briefly go over the instance to dungeons. But I mean, maybe a lot of it is stuff we just got to figure out first. But all right, apparently glowing lemons really just give you a lot of peripheral vision. For some reason. But we got our nice lemon set here. We got our glowing helm. Oh, you know what? It's not even a lemon set. It's a glowing set. But we successfully got our different slots generating now. So this says it's in the leg slot. We didn't have that last week. Body slot, head slot. They each have some value. Equipping stuff doesn't crush stuff right now. The only outstanding bug on equipping stuff that I know of is that when you drag something into a slot, it applies its effects, and when you drag something out of the slot, it undoes its effects. However, if you are a goober who wants to break stuff and knows that you can equip anything in any slot, and also that you can drag stuff from slot to slot, you'll notice that dragging this from this slot applies it again, but it doesn't unapply the old one. So that's the only bug with equipping stuff right now. We just get plus 10 peripheral vision every time we equip something. And actually, that's effectively crashing stuff because there's kind of no way to undo that now. We can unequip all this, but we're unapplying it and, you know. Oops. This is a little bit of a bonkers way to play. But let's go ahead and just use our pulley on a few things before we exit out, I guess. If this isn't giving people motion sickness, dang. Elevated fire pit. You know, maybe a pulley could be used for picking up objects. Like, especially when we have our building system yet, I wonder if we can use a pulley on like this wooden stool. Will it give us a stool in our inventory as if like we picked up that item? We'll find out. Because that could play into, well, maybe not. Dismantle wood pieces. Maybe pulley on the log bench. There's definitely some weird bugs on our right click inspection. Does it work when we're further away? Alright, bugs there too. But that's weird. Alright, well, why do you kind of like it? Satellite view. You know, if you like it, you can craft items for it. and play like this, I suppose. I was actually toying around with like a really low FOV the other day, just trying to figure out what style we want. Let's try on some trees too. And I think we're at like 70 FOV, which is pretty high for third person, I think, to begin with. Elevated oak branch, interesting. But I think one of the things that I really, really like in these sorts of worlds, either first person or third person, is just getting a huge sense of scale. And it's kind of hard to show off the scale of things when your FOV is really, really high. Like, this is a good example of, we have huge FOV right now. This tree over here is gigantic, but it doesn't really look that much different from the trees around it. Really low FOV kind of flattens everything, or does the opposite of flattening things, and like really makes differences in scale stand out. So I'm gonna try again a lower FOV. I was testing around like 30. I know in your game it's set to 20. Yeah, I read online third person, they recommended not going below like 50, but I was testing 30 and it looked pretty good. I just couldn't get like the skyline and stuff in view. So like that's the real reason I am still on a higher FOV, but I would love to get down to that more like cinematic look. And I know it's probably a little bit different with 2D and 3D too, but I don't really know how that factors in with like 2.5D, Patrick. It's an interesting one. But yeah, the world feels so different playing on this FOV actually. And like that tree is so distorted. I know it doesn't actually look like that, but it's pretty fishbowl-y. Let's try a telescope on some items just to see what it gets, and then maybe we'll exit out and actually do some code because we're 2 hours in and a little lacking on the code we're writing. Distanced birch logs. We really need like a sort button in the inventory so stuff gets added to the end, but these logs were harvested from a birch tree seemingly cut from a peculiar distance yet with precision. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see if telescope makes it in the game, but like the thing is, even if we removed telescope as a tool in the game, players could still make a telescope, so it's kind of like we need to be testing all these things anyway. Mysterious berries from a bush, sure. All right, so let's write some code. So when we are harvesting, we first do this research step, and then we do the harvest. So right now, this research step, when it's done, it gives you a bonus item of whatever you're harvesting. That doesn't really make a lot of sense now that we have limited harvest items. So like tall grass, for example, you can harvest twice and then it goes away. So you can kind of like clear out fields. But it's weird when the first time you harvest that, you get 3 tall grass because the research step gave you a bonus one. So we're going to replace that bonus with a big XP drop in whatever skill it is the first time you use that tool on something. Oh, another lemon tree. But after that, we have these floaters for the item acquired. I think we want to do just another floater for like XP in a certain skill. But maybe we'll put it like over here. Because I don't want to attach it to this floater, like +5 XP in gathering or whatever. Because there's also going to be cases where you're only getting XP and not getting an item. So, for example, as I just said, like that first research step will give you a big XP drop, but no item. After that, you'll get the item, but a little bit of XP. So I think they should be separate, like visually. Let's use a telescope and a grain tree. So maybe we'll put them over here and we'll do some floaters. And then we probably want to show just like a little preview of the stat and maybe like how close you are to leveling up, just so we can kind of give players that little nugget of, oh, if you keep doing this, you'll get closer and closer. They can kind of visually see their progress towards leveling up. An ageless tree core, that's kind of sick. Alright, so we could get a bunch of that. I'm wondering, why is this still 3 quantity? Oh, it's just a really long time to harvest. Okay. So we could make some armor with that and get like a bunch of max health, I guess. Let's try a lantern on that too. But yeah, I think we'll do our XP drops over here, which I think I'll set up first. And then we'll get into like the deep code where we go into harvesting and have that give you XP, manage what level you are, etc., trigger these drops, and probably handle the level ups as well somewhere, so we can allocate new stat points and so on. What did we get with our lantern? Illuminated grand tree bark. See, like, that's a little weird, but I think it's fine. Like, that's kind of the goal of, it's an infinite system. You're going to get some weird stuff, and you kind of just need to believe and learn how to trick the system. So if you need illuminated stuff, go find a lantern, you know, get some stuff. All right, let's set up our floaters as soon as we find out what this item. Also, it's high fantasy. It's going to get weird. Absolutely. And especially, like, we don't have a lot of stuff happening to the world right now. But we will. Like, the plan is to kind of absolutely, like, have really big consequences sometimes to your actions, because you can always drop some items in your stash, keep them for another character, maybe. But you can always start over and, like, play again. Kind of, we're still figuring out how long we want each play to be, like whether it should be an hour before you're like, the world is destroyed and you're a god, and then you play again, or is it like 10 hours, 100 hours, 1,000 hours? Like, there's a lot of scale there of just like style. How long do we want each playthrough to be? We should have a Eldritch horror area. Oh boy. I agree. I think that is what this area over here will turn into, this dead forest. I think it'd be really cool to have a lot of effects where, like, for example, we have these dead trees. We can add behaviors to them that, for example, like change nearby trees to dead trees. So this guy, every day, could have a chance of all other trees nearby him, they turn into a dead tree. And then tomorrow this guy's a dead tree, and now like all those are spread out. Like, we can have this like creeping plague coming from there. We've got this cool statue which we need to generate a lot of lore for, or write some lore. But yeah, I think when I think about the large scale pieces that I really like in games, Eldritch, Cthulhu, like, I really want the player to be able to feel real tiny in comparison to a lot of things. And since we have like model size as an affix, you could get as large as maybe something that you couldn't otherwise fight if it's like the size of this tree, and it just like is a horror thing that if it sees you, it chases you and tries to kill you or whatever. Like, we can go in whatever direction we want, but there's also the means of the player getting as large as that tree, and then maybe their stats are amped up enough that they could fight that creature or something like that. But I do really like the idea of a horror area. All right, stats. Let's go find our UI canvas. Let's build a very quick XP floater, which we'll probably be able to reuse our, let's see what we got. Item acquired floater. Yes, yes. This guy with the perfect default data, so when I can see when stuff breaks. So let's do a floater of skill XP acquired. Just gonna load that in. All we're gonna do is well, we'll think about how we want to style this. Giant Titan fights with Cthulhu after downing 10 giant potions. That would be such a fun, like, mechanic, I think. I've thought about some fun stuff like thresholds for when your player scale is above or below this threshold. You activate or deactivate a bunch of colliders and entities and stuff. So if you got small enough, we could enable a bunch of like bugs around you that you wouldn't otherwise see. If you got large enough, we can disable all the colliders on like trees and stuff, so you can just walk through stuff just fine. But yeah, lots of stuff we can do with scale, I think. Unlock access to a giant beanstalk to take you to another map in the sky, and all NPCs are giants. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Or you get so tiny and you find like a little hole in this little foundation. You go in that hole and it's an entire town of like ants. Lots of stuff to be done, I think. Especially when we talk about instanced areas, which I somehow got away from when Tony suggested it earlier. But we'll get there in a second. Snazzy GT, welcome on in. Thank you for being here. You hate having your intermediate programming class taught in Java and its algorithm class taught in C++. My brain keeps getting syntax confused, and screw Java. You know what? I agree with you there. Most of my college was in C++, but I did have some Java classes, and they do get mixed up a little bit. I'm not the biggest fan of Java. I do like C#, which takes a lot of inspiration from Java, but cuts down a ton of like the boilerplate and like the negatives in Java. But C++ is pretty nice to know, I'd say. At least it lets me know like how stuff is working under the hood. So when I get to profiling and performance stuff next week, or in a couple weeks before I put out this demo, it's nice to have that understanding of how stuff works, but boy howdy do I not like writing it. Good luck with that. How far are you in college? Are you comp sci, I assume? C++ is probably your favorite language, not gonna lie. You know, I respect that. I wish there were more people who really, really like C++. I really like the more high-level languages just because I like to write the code I value the code being writable faster more than I write the speed of it, but that's really biting me in the butt now that I've transitioned into game dev where performance is such a huge thing. I've had to take more time and focus more on things actually running more than looking nice code-wise. Even more takes more writing than Python. Yeah, exactly. I'm a second semester sophomore doing comp sci. Heck yeah, nice. I graduated comp sci in 2014, 2015, not too far ago. I think it was a really good learning experience for me, so that's awesome. Is Ruby my favorite language still? Absolutely. Ruby, I think, is the prettiest language that I've played with. And it's very fast to write and also decently fast enough to run. I just wish it had a lot more of the AI stuff that Python does. One day I will learn writing C++ so I can do more intense stuff in Unreal than just blueprints. I've heard that you can do a lot of games in just blueprints in Unreal, but I do think that, I mean, obviously having more tools in your tool belt is probably a good idea. There's probably some stuff that's easier or better in C++ that you could do in blueprints, but Always nice to have more tools. Does this game have fishing? Kieran? No, the game does not have the game does not have fishing. I don't know where I saved my plans for fishing. The game will eventually have fishing, but we want to do some cool code around it, make it a little mini game. It does not have fishing yet, and in fact, there is water, and you can't even interact with it because of weird physics bugs that are fixed by literally just buying some assets that do like spline water and handle colliders on the water better, instead of what we're doing, which is a giant water quad, which is underground most of the time, and if you try and interact with the water, it's going to find the closest point to you, which is normally directly beneath you, and so you won't find a way to get to the water. But there's some assets out there for finding. Thank you, Snazzy. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. There's some assets for better like spline-based water, so we can do like waterfalls and stuff. And then they actually do have proper colliders and boundaries and stuff where the water actually is, so you'll be able to pathfind to them correctly. Fishing would go hard. Yes, absolutely. Especially, like, I've been working hard on making some really pretty areas to just hang out in. I think hanging out here, I mean, ignore the giant ice golem here, but fishing in this little area would be so nice. We have also, you don't see it in this mode because it's like more playtime effects, but there's like a nice fog that drifts out over the waterfall. This guy actually turns into a big ol' like pile of rocks in the water when he's animated. But there's some nice views. We can make some pretty good fishing spots. Doing a minor in accounting in case software engineering doesn't work out, then my backup career is tech consulting. It's a good idea. It's good to have those backups too. We'll have enough credits without delaying my grad to sit for the CPA because accounting minor is 30 credits at my uni. Nice, nice. My mom is a CPA. She's been doing it her whole life. Like, I mean, she's progressed into other stuff related, but she likes it a lot. My minor was cognitive neuroscience, so not a lot of backup careers there. You can, but yeah, just having more options is nice sometimes. The best way I had it explained is if you're wanting to change things with the engine itself, use C++, but for most other things for your game, just using blueprints is totally fine. But they encourage devs to use both with each other. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, there's probably like, you probably can do most things in blueprints, but it's nice to have the option to do whatever you think is better. Ignore the giant ice golem and my lemon scented armor. You know, the lines, the marketing lines for this game write themselves. And my massive backpack. Yes, yes, yes. All right, let's get this skill stylized. So what do we want in our XP drop? Like, what information do we want? We want to show what skill you're getting XP in. We want to show how much XP you got in that skill. We probably want to show just a little visual icon of the skill itself, so you don't need to read as much. Things that we could show are what level you are in the skill right now, how close you are to leveling up. So that could be like a progress bar, that could be like XP remaining as a number. We could show like how much XP in this skill you've gotten recently. So like as you're cutting from a tree, you're seeing that each harvest is like plus 4 XP, but you can see like in total this harvest has gotten you 200 XP or something. I think we'll keep it simple, but probably just the XP, I think. Just the XP drop in the skill, I mean. Do you also want a separate level up floater or just show it in the XP folder? I think with leveling up, my plan is to do like a giant like god ray on the player, some very big VFX, and then probably just like a separate little floater here that says like leveled up this skill. No, I was responding to you. I probably wouldn't have thought of that. No worries. Yeah, I think this XP drop, we probably don't want to include the logic of like, is this also a level up? Especially considering that it might just structure the code a little bit differently. But let's go ahead and say, let's just draw some stuff in. So we've got our detail stack, our label, let's say XP gained. And then here we can say like +4 fishing XP. We probably don't even need XP gained because that's redundant at this point. So if we make this smaller, let's grab our stamps, which are just a core. Let's move them back in. And we can emphasize like any of these. Might just be fine to have like everything one color, but like color equals red on. Thanks for lurking. Come on back anytime. We could color the amount of XP you got. We could color the skill you're getting XP in. I think the amount would be the only thing that we would want to potentially like highlight because it's going to be somewhat different, because you should know what skill you're leveling up based on like the item you're using effectively. But some items will give you more or less XP, some objects will give you more or less XP, so the XP might change a little bit, but it's going to be mostly the same. Like it's not going to change harvest to harvest. So if I use a super golden axe on this suspicious oak tree, like that might give me 9 XP per harvest or something, but it's always going to be 9 with that combination. So if you just sit there, it's going to be the same thing over and over, versus if you change tools, you might get something different. I think just keeping it all the same color is probably fine. Although let's just see how this looks, because it could be nice to highlight the skill itself just as like a visual nicety. I think it's fine. Let's go ahead and get this item image over here. Let's put it underneath. Maybe. Let's scale it down. Let's kind of clean up some of this stuff. It's very busy right now. Shadow outline. Probably can get rid of both of these. Just kind of trying to make it less of such a big visual thing on the screen. We could even color these frames based on the skill, but I think having it the color of tools makes a lot of sense for now. Let's get these actually pixel perfect. So this guy, let's just put him, Oh, we also have a shadow on this guy. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so we align him. A little bit of a curve. And then let's scale him up so he's same on the bottom. And that looks good, I think. Now, do we want this on top of the frame? Maybe, because I don't really like the transparency in the frame we have there. Yeah, that looks better. We just need to scale it back down a little. It's not great. Let's change this frame. I don't like how it's got this transparency when we stretch it this hard. Right, what frames have we got? Something like this could be nice, and then let's get it back to gray, I think. Let's get this frame the same. And we could even take this and get a little bit more like layered in. Something like that looks kind of nice. It's a little weird that this frame goes there. So maybe we did, or it's weird that it's on one side and not the other. So maybe we could take this back out. Put it underneath the frame. Is that weird? I think that'll do for now. So let's just get it working, I guess. So it needs its own script now. Let's say XP acquired pop-up controller. Copy this, see if there's anything we need to grab out of there. Oh, it's super simple. Okay. So really just floating upwards and fading out. Easy peas. Let's take that. Let's remove this and go edit this. So all this tooltip does is visual. So we're just giving it a speed to float upwards and a speed to fade out. All the actual code of managing like XP gained in the skill and everything is actually separate because this is just visual. You don't really want to conflate the two. So all this is doing is grabbing canvas group, calling destroy after a set amount of seconds, and then floating upwards based on our speed, fading out based on our time to live divided by how long it'll live, so it'll be destroyed when it's transparent. And set item is what our external script is going to use to, what it does use in the item acquired to like set the data in this. But all we are going to do is, let's just do like a set text. So it's actually super generic. We could make this just like a generic pop-up controller or something. But for now, let's just say text, and all we're gonna do is say text display.text is text, if you can type. And I think that's all we need. So now elsewhere in the code, when we gain that XP, we can go ahead and create one of these, set the text, and then it'll float up automatically. It'll destroy itself automatically. So we don't need to like worry about it. But what we should do is grab the float speed and values out of the item acquired prefab so we can get the same values, so they both float at the same time and so on, just for consistency. So let's grab that. It's 8 100. So we will say 8 100. Text display is this. Oh, right. Item image. Oh, right. Yes. So let's make this less generic. We will say set XP values, because we also need skill, because we have our item image, which is actually skill image. And now we can say skill image.sprite is skill.icon. So if we gain in nature or we gain in smithing, it's going to put that skills icon there. So let's set that reference real fast, and then we are good to go. Although we should rename all these things referencing items that we copied over. We'll do that real fast. So item image, yada yada yada. Let's say skill image container, skill image background, skill image frame, skill sprite. Let's make sure that renaming that did keep the reference. Cool. And then finally, let's say +5 giggity, so we know that things are broken if we don't load in the data. All right, so that should handle our tooltip. What we're gonna do is let's go add 1 to our UI, so when we play later we can make sure it's working. But let's get into harvesting. So item acquisition, pop-up origin. We are gonna need a second one of those, so we can put it on the left side, and we'll say XP acquisition pop-up origin. It's literally just a point on the screen that we instantiate these prefabs at. So if we enable this and set its position 0 0, we can see where things get instantiated. Let's actually bring in the skill acquired one so we can see that how it looks on the other side. So we can see it on the screen down here, and all we're going to do is move that origin point over. It's kind of nice to have it anchored on, like, touching the screen, but maybe we'll bring it a little further out. Let's kind of center it in this white space here. Music has been nice again today. I like the chill vibes. Thank you. I actually put this playlist on assuming it would be chill, like lo-fi, only because I didn't recognize a single one of the artists. And I didn't have my headphones on for the first 10-15 minutes, so I was like, I hope I'm not blaring like metal or something. But it's been nice. Thanks, glad you like it. Heading out in a bit for dance, but hope the rest of the stream is nice. I'm sure it will be. We're gonna make some cool games, so enjoy dance, and I will see you soon. Alright, so this is where our XP will spawn from, or our XP drops will spawn from, and you know what, we can actually put it next to our skills icon. I don't know if that's weird, but it might visually tie it to the skills, like go click on that to see the level. Let's put it over here for now. Actually, we'll test that later. But now we can create a reference in our UI references to that pop-up origin so that we can instantiate that. Let's go ahead and say somewhere it's stored. We'll come back to that. Let's go ahead and dive into this interaction service, player interaction service, harvesting. We got a lot going on whenever you harvest, because we are like building crafting recipes and creating new items and everything. But in this big old beefy coroutine that runs on a loop, we have, I think it's just harvesting. We don't do any researching here. Right, we separately have our own research coroutine. And so here, when we get our interaction recipe, that completes the research. We are generating that item that it results in. And then complete harvest generation is like our cleanup for when the research is done. This is the point where we're going to, instead of giving the player a bonus item, we will give them a big XP drop in whatever related skill is attached to their tool being used. So, quick question out loud. If a material has a related skill, we should probably give XP to that too. If a weapon has a related skill, maybe not. Maybe we just do it with tools. Or at least, for now, we'll do it with tools and can see how it feels. But let's go ahead and say, give the player a big XP drop for this discovery in whatever skill is related to their active tool. So we have an active tool on our tool belt that we can grab, which apparently does this, but first we want to get that active item. Say item active tool is this. And if we put that up higher, we can actually skip over some of these logic calls. Active tool to item type is material, then we're consuming it. But if the active tool to item type is a tool, then we need the skill that is related to it. So that's going to be skill related skill is equal to skill database instance get skill find skill by name active tool related skill. So we store the name of the skill on the tool, so farming, fishing, whatever. And then this looks up the actual skill game data. Although we might not actually need that because let's go look at our skill database. We might be using skills as keys, and we might be using the string name of skills as keys. Okay, it looks like we're using skills as keys in our player databases. XP. Skill XP. Alright, so this is how much XP the player has in each skill. So it becomes very simple to give them XP in that skill. We might just write a quick helper in here. Wow, I just realized how small our player database controller is. It's crazy. So we can say region skills, and we'll say public void add skill XP for skill and XP. We don't necessarily want to do this. We want to make sure that skill XP is instantiated correctly. So that's what we want to do instead. Like the first time you add XP to farming or whatever, we might not have the... Never mind, we don't need to do this. Well, yeah, we should probably default it to 0. We don't know necessarily what value will be in that memory when we load this in. So if we haven't added any XP to farming, we'll set it to 0 and then add. But if we have added it before, we just add. So that's fine. So we have this. So now we can say we need to know how much XP to give. And that's something that we haven't encoded in items. We're planning on adding affixes and like other modifiers that change it, but I think we should just add in a base XP for now. So like first time you research something, you get 50 XP, and maybe each harvest always gives 5 XP or something along those lines. And we can modify those with modifiers later, but we need to have that baseline now. So let's say thinking if we should add this magic number to a service somewhere or like a reference somewhere so we can change it easily without having to go into the code. But let's say int XP for a XP per harvest or per research. Let's say 75. So now it just becomes player database instance dot add skill XP for that skill and how much XP to give. Cool. So now when we look at harvesting, we can say down here, when the item has been harvested, we can say grant XP to any tools related skill. If the item type is a tool, we get the related skill. XP for harvest, let's say, is 5, and we just add 5 each time. We still need to show that floater, so we probably want to do it from here and not make it a dependency of this. Just keep this nice and what's a term? I mean, simple is fine. Atomic. We don't want it doing other stuff. So we will also add in our player interaction service where is this? Actually, I'm wondering. I think it's on the player database object. Where is this? Oh, it's in our services. Duh. Okay, so yeah, we can add... We could add the prefab there, but let's go ahead and just add it in our skill database. So we say public game object prefab skill XP acquired floater. And then in our UI references, or you know what, let's go look. We have when you harvest, we should be showing the item acquired tooltip in here. Acquired. Q item acquired pop-up. So that's where our prefab and our origin point are stored. You know what? This is probably better. Let's take what we were going to add. So this guy, UI pop-up service. So we will items acquired and skill XP acquired. We'll have the same sort of things. Prefab skill XP acquired pop up and the origin parent. Great. We could refactor this to be smarter and have like shared cooldown or something. We should literally just, let's rename this to item acquired pop-up cooldown timer. Let's add another one of XP acquired and let's do another queue. So it's like we're doing two things. Okay, and we could have this separate too, but it's fine. Alright, so update. Now we're just doing the same thing but for XP as well. So if our XP timer is greater than 0 and we have something being counted down, we count it down. And if there's something in the queue, oh right, the returns. If there's something in the queue, then we'll show that. So let's go ahead and move each section into its own function just to make it a little bit nicer to read, but also make these returns make more sense. So we'll say private void manage item acquired queue and private void manage XP acquired queue. This guy and this guy goes in here, and so now when the XP acquired cooldown timer is still counting down, we return early, and we do the same here, so it doesn't, like, this won't return early and stop our XP acquired queue from working. So manage item acquired queue, manage XP acquired queue, and let's add our public void queue XP acquired pop-up scale. We could just pass in the text at this point, but it's fine. And then we'll add one of these as well. So that's going to create the pop-up in this parent, which is where we want it. And it doesn't have that script. What is our script? XP acquired pop-up controller. And that function we wrote was set XP values. Cool. So now we just rig all this back up. What do we need here? It's a queue of, oh, it's a queue of item. Let's actually, I don't want to store both a skill and a string here, so let's just store the full string, the formatted string. So when we call this, we will have string formatted XP get. And so this guy needs a string. Oh, but we do still need the skill for the icon. Alright, we can store both. Wait, was that a string? Oh, we need the skill and also the full string of like +4 farming XP. Okay, we can do that. So this will actually be a, let's say, tuple of skill and string. So we'll queue both of those up. We will pop it off. this calls show XP acquired immediately. So here we're gonna have skill and string. And so here we'll have tuple XP acquired data, and we'll pass each of those through. Although I think we could probably do like a dereference or something, but I don't know the syntax in C#. Item 1, item 2. Alright, so now we pop off the skill and the XP string that we got, and we queue it onto the stack to show when there's nothing waiting, so like we can show it again. It automatically shows it, which instantiates the prefab. The prefab manages its own life cycle, so it'll float up and then destroy itself. So this is just a queue for showing it. And here all we're going to do is formatted line. We will say item XP acquired queue.enqueue this new structure that we are using, and then that's all ready. So now when we are gaining that XP, we can go ahead and call UI popup service dot queue XP acquired popup with the information. So let's go back to our player interaction service, and now up here we can do UI popup service dot instance dot queue XP acquired popup, and we can say the string is plus XP per research, and then the related skill dot name. That should probably actually be dot display name, and then XP. XP per research dot toString, of course. Is this taking an int? Oh, it is. String. Silly code generation. It doesn't actually make too many very noticeable bugs, at least, but when it does, they're silly. Alright, so now this gives us the XP and also shows a tooltip of that amount of XP. We said we were going to get rid of the bonus items, so we're going to do that now. Add item, queue item acquired pop-up, and redrawing the inventory. Yep, we don't need to do that. So now we're going to get a big XP drop the first time we research something, and then afterwards we will get a smaller drop, but also an item. So let's go add this smaller drop to harvesting as well. So here, XP per harvest, and we only want to do this as well if the tool has a related skill. So we could do that check here and see if it's like null or something, but I think we should put it inside when after we've looked up the skill. Like, we might have a name for a skill that isn't blank but also doesn't link to an actual skill. So we'll just make sure that this is not null before we add some XP. I think that's way less brittle considering our infinite generation. So let's do it up here too. Alright, so we now get XP whenever we harvest with a tool. Let's set these UI references. Let's load in the game, make sure that works. We aren't handling leveling up yet, which is probably the next step, but we should be at least getting XP. The other direction we could go is loading the XP into the stats window now. So we could actually open that up and see more XP. Maybe we'll do that before leveling up. But let's add in our skill XP acquired and our parent, which is here. I think that's all we added. Player database, UI reference, everything looks set. Let's go see if this works, I guess. So we should have a bunch of tools in our inventory. Each of those tools should be linked to a specific skill. And when we harvest with each of those tools, we should get XP in that skill and see a pop-up saying we got XP in that skill. So let's go crafting XP, smithing XP, nature XP. And let's just try it, I guess. So we should get a big drop after the research. Plus 75, okay. Fades out, and then we switch to plus 5 each time. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like that it's kind of in sync with the item on the other side. Although I am wondering if they should be at least on the same side, like closer together so you can see that you got this from getting this. But it works. That's nice. I wasn't sure if it would work. All right. So we have our skills window now, and we have XP counts. Oh boy. I don't want to move that tooltip in the hierarchy right now, because I think it's a child of the prefab. We'll figure that out another time. We have XP in these skills now. We're just not updating it in the UI panel. So what we should do, I think, is that next. And that'll just involve, one, we need to calculate the XP required at each level. We'll just do some math there. So that we can compute these values. So 2, we will compute the XP next level at, and the remaining, just subtraction. We're gonna probably add that to the skills window. We'll just have like a redraw that we can call from our harvest stuff, that if this is open, we'll redraw it, but otherwise it'll just redraw it when it opens. And then we'll update this progress bar too, which is underneath each of these skills in the tooltip. And I don't think we have anything on this page to update. We probably should add something there too, but for now, let's just add it to these tooltips so we make sure the stuff is working. And let's switch over to another tool too. Let's just double check that it works with 2 skills. So we got our big XP drop after the research, and then smaller XP drops with items. Cool. And I think that'll feel a lot nicer when we add like VFX and animations that make it more obvious that, like, oh, you finished a research, you unlocked a new recipe, you discovered a new item, etc. It's a cool thing you've done, instead of just a plus 75 XP drop for just waiting around, really. 75 smithing XP and melted lemon essence. Perfect. Gives you cold resistance when you craft it into some armor. Cool. Alright, so yes, let's update those tooltips. So those tooltips, let's go over to the skills window. Let's take a look at that. We have our grid of skills, and each skill is a prefab, and I'm pretty sure within that, yeah, we have the nested hover tooltip. So it's kind of hard to pull that out of the prefab because we need to obviously reference it from this prefab and it's a scene object, blah, blah, blah. But we might be able to do something where it's like placed statically, not related to the parent coordinates, or we could even just move it down further. And then it's not going to overlap with these child objects inside this. It looks a little bit weird because like the second row is going to be even further down. But at least it doesn't overlap for now. So that's a quick fix that we're going to do just so our tooltip isn't overlapping with other UI elements while we work on it. But this hover tooltip, importantly, doesn't have its own controller. So it's probably controlled in our glance skill readout controller. And so that, I'm imagining, is going to have, yes, a load data, which probably gets called when we show it. Unless we have a separate component here that's like show on hover or something. No. Load data is called the skills window manager when we're setting up our skills. Create a glance for the skill and then a detail row. Yes, yes. So where do we set up that hover effect? Oh, I bet it's logic in here, like on mouse enter. Yeah, okay. All right, so yeah, all we need to do is actually pull in the data that we've just stored. So load data here. This is on our glance skill readout. The things that we need to change are, I wonder if we're even setting the level right now. Skill level dot text. Okay, we are. Well, we need to. Ooh, we're passing in the skill level. Interesting. Right, we do this because we want to be able to show other things or other people's stats later. So we're passing in the skill and whose data we're reading from, just structure-wise. So right now we're only ever showing the player's data, so this is kind of redundant because we could just read from the player's information from inside the function, but that's the reason why is we want to show skill windows for, like, if you click on an NPC in town, you can see his skill windows, and we'll use the same functions and not have two branches there. So load data here. We have a skill level, assumingly. This is get level, which should, sure, yeah, that's a curve, I guess. 50 XP for level 2. Sure, so first time you research, I guess you're going to level up. We'll adjust that curve later. But that's all set up. So we should have the actual level. Then we go into load data, and it sets the skill level, skill image, and a reference back to the skill. And we load tooltip data as well. Oh, I see. We're not doing any references in here. But that's where we're going to update what our current XP and our progress towards the next level and everything is. So we'll go in here. Okay, we back. What did I miss? Welcome back, first of all. I sure feel like I just talked for like an hour and did nothing. I'm sure we did something. Oh, right. Yeah, let me just pop in. We now, every time you finish a research, you get a big XP drop. There's not a lot of VFX or anything, but you get the XP drop, and each time you harvest, it'll also give you that XP drop, and we're also showing it in the UI. So we're about to go update the skills window so you can actually see that your XP is getting bigger and bigger and also handle leveling up. But I'll show you the UI we just built for showing that back end of getting XP too. I understand that. Yeah, I feel like I mean, I've been a little loopy for like the last week because I've been feeling not great. But I feel like especially when I'm on stream, I just get up and talk and I usually don't talk at all, so I look back and I'm like, what did I actually build in the last hour? I have no idea. So we've got all these tools with different skills attached to them. So if we take, say, herb lore, use it on a shade tree, after our research, we're going to get a big 75 XP drop, and I guess that'll actually level us up. So I wonder if we'll be able to see that. But now it's going to go into the actual harvest, and now with each harvest, you're getting your item and your XP drop. I'm wondering if I should also put these together on the screen so you don't just have a bazillion things pop up everywhere. And they are somewhat related in like logical sense. But you get XP now. So pretty sure that was enough to be level 2 herb lore, but I don't think that we show it in our skills window. We do not. Alright, so we're going to do all that now. Talking a lot is way better than the opposite when streaming, in my opinion. That is reassuring. Thank you, thank you. I feel like sometimes I'm like, I would get so much more done if I didn't stream, if I just heads down worked. But I do that the other 6 days of the week. So it's nice to get on stream and like take some time and think stuff through, like get some back and forth on whether stuff is good or not. So I'm always like, should I be streaming or not? But I'm glad that at least it's not terrible. Alright, so XP. Let's go level up. So, first of all, I think we should actually do proper references for all these. Probably, I mean, I guess we don't need to right now. We don't need to right now. It's not a big performance problem. But let's first of all make sure that we are getting all of the correct data, because pretty sure we saw 0 XP. So either we're not saving it correctly or we're not retrieving it correctly. But this is just going to grab from the player's skill database, or skill XP, which probably should also have a method here of like public int get skill XP, or get skill XP, yeah. So here, let's use that instead, first of all. Let's close some of this other stuff too. So, int player XP, wait. I talked a while about why we are passing in the skill level here. But obviously all of that makes no sense when we're also just grabbing the player XP here. So let's just not. Let's just load tooltip data for skill. We'll calculate the level here. And we'll just take level out all the way. Do we want to do that? Are we going to show skill windows for NPCs anytime soon? We probably are. Maybe we should do this. Of course it's going to be slower on stream, but everyone watching, at least I am this way, is wanting to hear the thoughts and process behind everything. And I think you do a fantastic job of doing that. Thank you, thank you. Also reassuring, I really appreciate that. Thank you. That, and to also get sidetracked on conversations. Yes, I feel that as well. Yeah, I was going to undo some of this like abstractions that we did. But I think what we want to do instead is lean into that abstraction, but let's just change a little bit, because right now what we're doing in the skills window is we want to draw it for any arbitrary character in the world. We're only drawing it for the player right now, so things are coupled to the player pretty hard. But we've started pulling away from that by like getting the player level here instead of deep down in the prefabs. So here is where we would put like target entity or something dot get level or whatever, however we want to fetch the target's XP and stuff. But we're passing in level, which is kind of lossy with passing in XP instead. We can calculate level from XP, but we can't calculate XP from level. So I think what we should do is instead just player XP, which is now just this, and we'll go deep in to show all this properly. And we actually, let's do dot get XP for skill, the new method we just added, and we have some logic for computing a combat level, which I'm realizing we don't actually use. I don't think... Huh. I don't know. Oh, here's the line. I was like, this shouldn't work at all because I know we see the total level and we don't have any of these as skills. So I'm going to remove all that. Total level is literally just the combined total of all your skills. And I think we will keep this level calculation and say player blah 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 dot get XP, just so we can calculate that total level. But other than that, we'll pass through XP. So we have this total down here with 5 skills at level 1. You are level 5 here. But if you level them up, you're 6, 7, 8, and so on. Doesn't do anything, but it is a nice number that can go up. So I love numbers that go up. It'll do something later, yet. Right, so now we are passing through the XP instead of the level here. So let's say skill XP. So now instead we say skill.getLevel with the XP to show our level. And we can also pass through that XP in here, which is where we'll actually show it. So this is now skill XP. So we don't need to calculate that player XP. XP required for next level is why do we add +1 here? Oh, is it just so we don't have a... I'll trust the math. We'll come back to that another day. We'll see it in the tooltip and know if it's wrong. All these player XPs are actually skill XP. Cool, cool, cool. This is not that. We want int skill level. It's the same here. XP is shown. Next level is is our current XP plus what we need for the next level. Okay, sure. And then remaining is oh, right, calculate up here. Right. Cool. So now our progress slider should show skill XP out of skill XP required for next level. We will double check all those numbers, but I'm going to go ahead and preemptively attach this and we'll inspect it all ourselves because I am suspicious. Are we still in play mode? No. We are just taking a long time to attach. Attach. If my limited experience in coding has ever taught me anything, it's that I should always be suspicious about everything. Wiser words have never been said. Why is this? I feel like it. Oh, that'll do it. All right. Wait. What just crashed then? Is it not this? All right, that's fine. All right, we're apparently attached now. Let's go see if things work. I'm wondering if... I bet the issue is that we are drawing this window and populating all this data. I say this is the issue. We haven't actually seen the bug yet, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a bug. We're drawing all this data and then nothing ever repopulates that window or redraws that window. So we'll probably see that, but let's confirm it, I guess. What we'll see is when we load in the game, it'll start drawing that window. It'll kick us over to Visual Studio. We will press play, and then we will go harvest something and get XP. But since nothing updates that window, we will not get kicked back to Visual Studio. And we'll also see XP still being 0 in that window. All right, we are drawing that window. Cool. Continue. Oh. Continue. Oh, it's doing it for each skill. Right. All right, so window has been drawn. I would hope when I reopen it to get kicked back to Visual Studio, but I do not. So we know that it's not redrawing. Let's go ahead and just harvest something, get XP, and confirm that. But the two ways that would probably be best to fix this are... Oh, right, we don't get XP when we use our bare hands. Okay. We probably either need to redraw this window each time we open it, or we need a reference to each of these like stat controllers that we can directly update without having to redraw the whole window. I think the latter is like really weird code, but we talked earlier about like code looking good versus running faster. I think it's going to be way better if we have these direct references to these scripts and we can update those directly instead of redrawing the entire window every time you get an XP drop. Especially as we make the window more complicated. Do like a subscriber for it if it levels up, if anything levels up. Yeah, I think that is probably the way to go, because like it's the thing I'm thinking through here is just like right after that, when that subscriber fires or when some skill or something happens, you need to redraw it. But we're also redrawing on each XP gain as well, because we show the specific XP number in the tooltip, which means we're updating a lot more often. I think that's fine. So here we have our glance skill readout controller. If we call like this or this, each time the XP changes for that specific skill, then we can redraw that tooltip. So I think what we'll do is when we're building our, well, let's first do this. So let's say in our skills database, we have a public dictionary of skill to this specific script. We say glance skill, ref glance skill readout per skill. And then we use this when we're building the window. We store a reference to this specific script here, and then we can set up a listener or something for whenever XP changes, we just call this line again, which redraws that specific tooltip in the window instead of the whole window. So we'll say that reference to this glance controller for updating when XP changes. So that's going to be skill database.instance ref glance skill readout per skill for this skill is equal to that script. I think that'll work. Let's put it up here with the other bit related. Yeah, so I think that works. And then we have now it's funny because I'm working on similar UI stuff right now, and everything you just described I completely understand. Heck yeah, that means I know something too. We will both conquer this UI. I feel like I'm starting to learn UI better in Unity, but I feel like there's some really fundamental things that I just don't know yet, and I probably have inferred the wrong thing specifically. Like a lot of my UI, I have a lot of problems, and I'm like, this shouldn't be a problem for anyone. Like, why is this a problem? Why doesn't Unity do this for me? And I think it's just because like the combinations of scripts that I'm using in Unity just don't go well together. And so it's nice to know that the concepts make sense, at least. All right, so we now have a reference to this guy that we can call load data from. So in our player database, we can stick something here anytime you add the skill XP, or what I think we should do instead, which is worse code, but I think it's fine. Do it at the same place as where you gain the XP. I think that it's like logically worse code, but it really, the alternative is this add skill XP that does a lot of things, and then you inevitably end up adding like bool also show hover, or like also show floater, or also update the glance window, and because you have these exceptions where you don't do all these things every time. So I think breaking it down like that, and then we have some duplicated code over here, but I think it's fine. So in here we can now say like skill database dot instance dot, and then maybe we actually do a little helper here and say public void redraw glance skill readout for skill, and that can just be ref glance skill readout at skill dot load data, and then player XP for skill, right? So that'll just redraw that tooltip. So now we have that helper function, and in our interaction service we can say redraw that for this related skill, and then we also want to do that down here where we do a harvest. First one was research. I came to the realization that what I really need to do is make like the simplest prefabs of UI elements, and then using those as building blocks would help me out a ton, because there's a lot of duplicate code I was making at one point. Yes, that is a big... I feel like I have learned that, and I now need to learn to do the opposite. I feel like I come from a web development background, so I inherently lean towards like building a button class and a label class and a large label class and like a tab controller and a tab view and all these like pieces. And the thing that kills me in Unity is I need those pieces to like be contextually sized or whatever. And so a lot of the time I have nested like content size fitters and vertical layout groups and stuff that basically what I'll see is Unity takes like 10 frames to get the right size and dimensions for stuff. And I feel like a lot of that is from me building those small components first and layering them in, versus if I did like everything bespoke effectively, it might be faster. But you obviously don't want to do that either. Like, it's so much of a pain to like, oh, I added a button to my scene, but I forgot what color the button was in that other UI element, so now I need to go get it or something. It's probably some middle ground, and we're probably struggling to get there, but we'll get there. Right. I think we have what we need to update those tooltips now, so we should probably test it. I'm less suspicious this time. It might actually work. Let's go look at our skill database real fast to make sure nothing needs set. All right. Well, fingers crossed, I guess. We do still need to handle level ups, like when the actual level up happens. But if this shows our XP and our progress towards the next level, that's pretty big. We're very close to the end. So if we go here, not stats, we want skills. Okay, it drew for the first time, interestingly enough. It's drawing for every skill, sure. So that's the first time we open the panel, so everything is 0 XP. So now if we reopen the panel, it still didn't redraw, and it doesn't need to because no XP changed. However, if we harvest with a tool that gives us XP, it should give us XP here and then try and redraw that tooltip. So that'll bump us over to Visual Studio. Great. So we're going to play. Let's stop the harvest so we don't get jumped over to Visual Studio. It gives us 75 crafting XP. So if we go to skills, crafting, 75. And we are level 2. Says there and in the tooltip. That's great. So I can't remember what level 3 gave, but we got a bunch of nature XP things here. So let's see if we can get that to level 3 as well. But yeah, we probably just have some like what happens when you level up stuff going on next. It's also a little bit weird to just be level 2 and not know like, oh, what did I get? It's a tricky balance. Let me get rid of this. We can keep going. It's a tricky balance. I also don't know how this is in Unity, but on Unreal, I know that there's some performance things to keep in mind when it comes to UI. Yes, absolutely. For example, you shouldn't be using Canvas panel a lot. Should use a border because of all the calculations that come with using that built-in widget. Only one example, but there's def a bunch more to look out for. I think that's very similar to Unity. And I think those specific things that it says you shouldn't be using a lot are the things that I use a lot because I want that functionality and I don't know how else to get it. But yeah, it sounds like we have very similar problems there. I don't know what the solution is. Hey, we just leveled up. So I want to check the progress bar here, but also it's nice to see that I can literally just hover over the tooltip and it continues updating. Let's go ahead and see if this will level us up. We should get a big XP drop, I think. Cool. Still level 3. Don't know what it needs to be level 4. Because it says next level at is the same XP. And remaining 0. Okay, so that math is wrong, which means our progress bar is going to also be wrong. If I ever come across some helpful intermediate videos on UI and Unity, I'll make sure to throw it your way. Thank you very much. I'll do the same with Unreal DU. I avoid those like the plague, but most of the time I enjoy having watched them because I learned a lot. Let's go see what's going on here. So XP required for next level. Right. Right. Because we're passing in our XP plus 1. We should be passing in our skill plus 1, but I don't think that or skill level plus 1, because it's the XP for the next level. But that feels like it would have just been like a scaling bug. We should have got really big numbers. So what's next level at is skill XP plus XP required for next level. Unless this was like returning 0 because of the math. And I don't know. It might have. Excuse me. Let's just inspect and see what's going on here. Because I cannot comprehend that math, apparently. I love it, and I want to delve deeper into it, but I've been too busy with the game systems to truly focus on UI at the moment. UI is definitely, like, in web development, the front-end developers that make things look pretty, they are the ones that get all of the true appreciation and pride. You don't get as much praise on the systems, so it's good to be good at the UI too, I think. I do know that if I were to grab a job in the game industry, I'd love for it to be UI. At first, I should be making all sorts of different types of UI to truly know what it's... That's what I want to do. Yeah, that's a good idea. Specifically UI and less UX, although I've enjoyed what work I've done in it as well. Do you mean more like more interactive stuff, like dragging and dropping and like feedback, like sound effects and stuff with the UI? Or, yeah. I think I like the UX more than the UI. That, and also just like thinking through the theory of like, oh, you want this to draw the eye here first, so it has to hit these other things next on its way over to here, blah, blah, blah. I like that a lot, but designing the actual UI itself, I do not like. Let's see here. Crafting XP for us. Okay, we are drawing this for every skill now. And so the next one should hit us with crafting specifically. We have 80 XP currently, which sounds about right. We did 75 plus 5. So XP required for next level is 400. That sounds reasonable. It's not at all what the tooltip on the math says it would be, but sure, that's fine. I wonder if these are just going to not resolve to an object. The other downside of not having these proper references here. So 80 plus 4 is 800. So it should be like 1/5-ish. So we should see this bar fill up. So let's continue and then stop our harvest. Crafting. Okay, next level at 480. That is correct. Remaining 400. The progress slider value didn't change. But I wonder, we did get an asset for that. There might be a different method I need to call in order to change the slider. It is interesting that, well, okay, so you get level 1 at 200 XP, and then level 2 is 480 XP. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So I think it's working. I don't know what we are testing here apparently. We just need to get the slider working. So we should be able to watch this tooltip now. And let's calculate that. XP for next level, 800. Yeah, wait. Next level at 480. We are at 80. We need 400. Is it because we are... Well... Alright, math is wrong, which is making things really weird. Can we jump back up and then... Can we modify that in place? Let's try this again. Is this now... Okay, it's 800, but I think I would need to recompile for the code change to actually take effect. Let's stop this. XP required for skill level. I'm so tempted to just do a bunch of if statements in this. Because even our comment here is not correct for the math being done. Because level 1 was like 200, right? I want to see. This is crafting XP. I want to try a different skill and just watch it. Because we have smithing. And it says we have 0 XP. And next level is at 200 XP. So we'll be level 2 when we're 200 XP. However, if we get our harvest or our research done, we get 75 and immediately go to level 2. And now next level is at 475. So something ain't right. Specifically the look and aesthetic side of things. I have a degree in graphic design, and I've always enjoyed the artistic side of things the most. Visual design, motion design, typography. But I'm just nerdy enough that I can value and enjoy the system side and how things interact. Okay. Nice. I am glad that people like you can make games look so good. I'm fine with this graphics, but I would love to see... I think I have remembered checking out some of your streams and being like, oh yeah, there's some cool design here. But I'm excited to see what you can do with it. The urge to if everything is always real. Absolutely. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We are literally going to if it... Can we actually do switch target level on an integer? Case 1. Can we do this? And then default like 0 should be enough to... Oh, right. So all pass return a value. So can I do... I guess I wouldn't need to do ranges. Alright, this is fine. This is our testing hack. Let's say 200 and something else that doesn't scale the same way. We'll say 350. Alright, that's enough to test. So We need to know why we were getting level 2 when we had 75 XP though. I wonder if we have different math logic. So we're redrawing, load data, we're passing through the XP specifically. We're getting the level from skill.getLevel, which is different. Where were we before? This is in skill, okay. So, skill database? Yeah. This looks suspiciously like what we should be doing instead of this. And we have 4 references to this, okay. I'm pretty sure this doesn't really need to be a method on the actual object, the scriptable object itself. It's more for just storing the data. So we're gonna YOLO it and delete all of that. And we'll find all those compilation errors and we'll use this instead. So say convert XP to level, to accomplished level, the floored level. Level from XP. So all that's doing is starting you at level 1. And then while you have 100, it'll increase your level. Okay, so it's just consuming this like a change problem. Sure, let's do one more. Well, we're not going to get all the way to 4 for now while testing, but we'll add in our math later for this. Don't worry about that. Well, thank you, and despite what you may think, you've got a good eye for visual design too. Thank you. Your UI has a good layout and feel to it. I appreciate that. I've made some terrible UIs, but I've worked on this one for long enough that I make the small tweaks often enough. I think it's shaping up. I just can't wait to get past the gray boxing for my UI and start learning materials for UI and getting real color into it. Also, finding the right typefaces for the game will be a blast as well. Yes, I'm very excited to add in a custom font or 2 to this as well. I think it'll be a very big style change. You've considered making your own. That'd be really cool. I know that you can do that, but I've never even considered making one. That'd be cool. It'd be cool to make one of like your own handwriting or something. All right, so this is skill database. Let's go ahead and say skill database.instance.xp, our level from XP, sure. So that is going to be all these other places. Because I guess it would have been nice to put it on the skill itself if you wanted each skill to have different scaling curves. But you'd need to still do some janky code to like branch on the skill name in the skills abstract scriptable object. You wouldn't be able to write different code for each one. I've made 2 fonts in the past for school projects. I use Font Self plugin for Adobe Illustrator. That's cool. Do you draw the characters yourself, or is making fonts like, do you start with like one of the standard ones and like tweak all the letters for style? I'm sure people do both, but I had never even considered like, do you do the pixel art of every single character? Is that how it works? And probably like metadata on spacing or something? Alright, let's jump back in, see where we're at. Because we had our next XP to level and our calculate skill level weren't in sync. So that was a weird bug, but should be fixed. Next XP should be, or like next level's XP required should be fixed. current level should be still displaying correctly. Let's grab tongs. So for crafting, we are level 1, level 2 is at 200. So now we should get our 75. We shouldn't immediately go to level 2. We still need to fix the next level at is going up. Right, because we're adding the current XP to it, aren't we? XP required to next level is already subtracted. XP required for next level is actually just this. Right? What's the dealio here? XP required for skill level at level 1, or at level 2 returns 200. I guess 1 is actually 0. So at level 2 it returns 200, so we want to show our current XP is like 80, so that is correct, and then next level at should just be XP required for new level, next level, and then here is where we take this minus the XP that we've gotten, I think. And so this will say 200, this will say 80, this will say 200 minus 80, 120. That sounds correct. Let's also make this say total XP. Okay, I think that's... Well, we also, let's look at this slider real fast. Because we have a slider, but I think it was a custom asset. I want to go find it. This is our glance readout. So, what was I doing? Oh yeah, the slider. So this level progress slider is just a slider, isn't it? Okay. Doesn't have a fancy script on it. So, is it enabled? Interactable? Sure, it probably shouldn't be actually. But this is fine. Let's just see, well, let's make sure the level progress slider is set. Yeah, it is. Let's fix the math. But that's not gonna be what we want because this is, not going to reset us to 0% each time. With each new level, we're still going to be like most of % of the way. We'll figure that math out in a sec. You can go either way, but what I found works best for me is drawing each glyph on grid paper. That way you know all your characters are the same height, then inking it and scanning it into Illustrator. From there I will trace over and put each letter in its own layer. Then I can throw each one into the plugin and tell it to turn into an OTF. Wow. That's fun. Maybe I should try that sometime. I mean, I'm sure it's hard to do, but it'd be fun. I'd try it out. So in order to calculate what we need, or what % we are to the next level. So we have 0 to 200 is level 1, or level 2. Alright, we'll make it a comment. So that works because it's going to be lower bound of 0. So we just need to normalize everything after that to a lower bound of 0, which is the XP required for level -1. So we can say int XP at previous level is that, and then we can say skill XP minus XP at previous level over XP required for next level minus XP at previous level. I'm pretty sure, because here now if we go 200 to 350, that at 0% we'll have 200 XP, so it'll be 200 minus 200, so 0 over whatever, it's going to be 0. But if we were to go to, say, 300 XP, it's going to be 300 minus 200, 100 over 350 minus 200, so 150. So 100 over 150, it's going to be 2/3 of the way through. So I think that'll work. Then we get that nice 0%. Easier said than done. Def takes up some time. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, all art does, so that's acceptable. Fun fact, do you know what you call a company that makes fonts? I do not. Is it a fontery? A fountain? A type foundry. Oh, nice. I like that, I like that. That'd be a cool place to work. Huh. Alright, let's see if this worked. I think it might, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it didn't. We are looking for all these numbers to be right and the slider to go. Alright, so let's do some nature XP with the saw. Skills. Everyone is level 2 apparently. So that's a little suspicious. But let's see if we work from there. Our total XP is 0. Interesting. Next level is 350. That does not sound correct at all. Where's even my switch case of... Okay, XP required for skill level, right. Because everyone's level 1 when they hit 0. So we just have an off by 1, like... You know what, let's just say you don't even hit level 1 until 100 XP. So I think that'll let our math work and we can actually test if this is working better. Makes sense when you realize type truly came about because of presses and they were mostly made of metal. You know, you're right. I never even considered that. Type foundry, because they had to like, make the actual patterns for the printing presses and stuff. Typewriters and whatnot. That's crazy. Huh. That's a good fact. Cozy has someone in her channel that has been doing trivia like among streamers, and he's always doing his own trivia in his stream. It seems like the kind of trivia that he would be into. It's also very hard facts usually, but good stuff to know. Fun little tidbits. I'll shout him out. His name is Eat My Rice in HD, I believe. And I think I need to say shout out. There we go. Yeah, he streams a lot of PUBG. But he is apparently organizing some big trivia tournament among streamers. They're halfway through it right now, and Cozy, my wife, is doing great. She got her first trivia round all perfect, and now she is anxiously waiting the second one. Alright, a saw gives us nature XP. So we are all level 1 and everything. Nature, next level is at 200. So when we get this research done, we should go up to 75 XP, not level 2. Next level at 200. Remaining is going down. Nice. Our slider isn't working, but the numbers are correct, which is awesome. We just needed to add some tabs to those bottom 2 lines. Or maybe remove the one on the top. Heard, thank you. Best of luck to her in the upcoming trivia questions. Yes, thank you. I'm sure she's going to do great, though. I guess we did get to level 2 when we got 100 XP. I did not notice that, so let's do it again real fast. So that was nature. Let's do smithing. I'm going to look at the smithing skill now. So this guy, yeah, we don't really have much like fanfare or anything that happens when you get to a new level, but we should see pretty quickly. We'll get to 100 XP, and then it's going to switch from level 1 to level 2, and our next level will get updated. So here we go. Yeah, so it works. We don't have anything subscribed to leveling up, but players can now see their XP. I'll dig into what that slider is doing. I wonder if I can go poke at that now. But I will probably wrap up the stream soon. I'm so hungry and so thirsty. Been streaming for 20 millennia, so it's nice to see that. I mean, players can get skill XP now, and all the items, all the tools in the game generate with related skills. So as you research stuff, you're going to get a lot of XP. As you harvest stuff, you're going to get a little bit of XP with your items. There's still a lot more we need to do with like making skills have more reason to be around other than number go up. But they work, so that's exciting. Let's see if we can look at one of these sliders in action. We actually need the drop down. Here we go. Let's turn that guy on. Level progress slider. So if we change the value manually, it does work. But when we set the value here, level progress slider dot value, doesn't seem to set, and it's not like it's doing the math wrong and getting 0, because otherwise this value would be reset back to 0 during play mode while it's redoing it. So I wonder if this guy, level progress slider, surely it's the right reference. We do have one error. No, that's a Unity error. So why? Do I need to like redraw the UI when I change the value or something? Unity slider value from code. And update slider bar, interesting. Normalized value. Huh. I have seen this issue before. Unfortunately, I did not retain the answer. I feel like I've also seen this issue before, and I'm wondering if it's going to be one of those cases where I Google it and then the Stack Overflow is me. But I feel like there was something like you just needed to... There was a helper function for changing the value or something instead of actually just changing value directly. So I'm just poking through people's code. Maybe not, though. I mean, I guess I can also just... we made it a level 4 smithing, by the way. I can just... Let's compute this. And look at it. Because it might be like, is it a fraction when it should be 0 through 100 or something? Let's just see what we're working with. Put a breakpoint here just so we know that it's being hit, actually there. And we'll go in and we'll poke at it. Because if this works, everything that I wanted to do today works. So that would be great. You can copy and paste your code into Sage. Heck yeah, time to find out. Let's say we'll do it live while we wait for the code to compile over there. Sage. This doesn't seem to update my level progress slider visually. What's wrong? We'll find out. Probably almost almost attached over here. It seems to take so long. I have no idea why. All right, what do we got here? Reference. That's what I checked. Make sure the UI is allowed to be updated. I don't think that's the issue. Make sure your calculations are correct. Make sure it's not user error. It is active. But I have seen that bug before. Sometimes direct assignment doesn't update the UI directly. Yes, I think it's this. But we're about to find out. Let's go in. Because I want to see if that value is correct, like non-zero. Because if it is, then we can jump forward one line and we can inspect the actual value set to make sure it's being set. If it is, then it'll probably be reset by some other code or something. So it's just a different branch to look down. All right, we got smithing on the line. Let's go check it out. So progress currently should be 0. It is -1. Well, that is suspicious. All right, continue. We got to get through all the skills. Sure. And now the research is done, so we're getting XP. Progress is now -0.25. Okay. So that's wrong. We're getting somewhere. Let's continue that. Let's stop this. So we are 75 out of 200. So I'm just terrible at math is the answer. So we have 75 XP. Level 2 is at 200. So this should be 75 minus 200. Oh wait, previous level is 0. So 75 divided by, it should be 200 minus 0. Well, obviously that's not what we're doing. Because we have negative. What was it? I guess we'll do it again so we can see. So here, skill XP is 80. We can see the actual values. XP at previous level is 100. Interesting, because, yep, I bet that's going to be it. And this is 200 and 100. So XP at previous level is here. Let's say case 0 is 0, but it shouldn't matter because we have that default. But we are calling this at level 1 when we should be calling it at level -1. Math. All right, let's compile that. Let's try this. Surely that's it. Surely. Just math. It's always math. Alrighty, let's do this. Math. I need one of these emotes that is math. Okay, so fingers crossed, I guess. I wonder if we dropped into Visual Studio. We did not. We're still attaching. All right, dang. Okay, surely this will all work perfectly. Let's grab crafting XP tongs. Draw our skills window for the first time. All these should be 0 XP and 0 XP 200. Okay, that's all correct. Cool, cool, cool. Let's get some crafting XP drops. So we'll be dumped over to Visual Studio in a second. XP at previous level is 0. Skill XP is now 75. Required. Those look correct. Continue. Okay. 800 or an 80. That still looks correct, but progress is not 0.4. What is the actual scale of a slider? Zero to 100. Oh no. Yep. All right. 0 to 100. It is not 0 to 1. Wait. Min-max. I set it 0 to 100. Damn. Well, yeah, that's probably fine. Well, you're just gonna, you know. Yep. I'm just, I thought slider values were 0 to 1. Whoopsies. That's all good. We are good. Multiply by 100, right? Not by 10. Pretty sure that's right. All right. One more try. Here we go. Also, I hope you were laughing at my emojis and not at my math. That should be this channel's tagline. It was the emojis. Great, great, great. Yes. Math is... No thanks. Alright, we're going in. This is the one. I feel it. I'm kind of really excited to go and just make a bunch of tools and harvest around and see how big my numbers can get. Wish they didn't go away at the end of each play mode. But this is the point where if the game were good and there was content you were building towards, I would have it on a second monitor, harvesting stuff, gathering items, gathering XP. I'm in. Alright, our saw is nature XP. Let's do all this. I think let's leave it attached for now. We'll draw crafting, sure. 80, 200, and then progress is 40. That sounds pretty perfect. Alright. Craft. Oh, okay. It was nature, not crafting. Alright, sweet, sweet, sweet. So let's detach this so we're not dumped back here. And let's keep harvesting and just watch the beautiful slider that we have built. And now you can actually see how close you are to the next level. Way more important than the numbers right above it. We made it. But did I not notice the slider filling up all the way? Let's do that once more. We worked so hard for this. Alright, smithing levels. We will watch this. It works. The 4 mathmen cannot stop me. I feel like we leveled up to level 2 at like 100 XP, did we not? Yeah. Okay, so I bet we are, instead of comparing our total XP to the XP we need at the next level, I bet we're comparing it to the XP remaining, because we had 100 XP and also 100 XP remaining. And our math was wrong before, so why wouldn't it be wrong again? So that would be in how we calculate what level you're at now. Skill database. Level from XP. The 4 mathmen strike again. Oh no. Alright, let's just assume it's gonna be calculated correctly. We're not gonna be able to assume that. Skill level, level from XP, sure. Yeah. Right, because you do level up to... Oh, no, you level up to level 2. Right. Do we want people to start at level 0 or level 1? Probably level 1. So this level from XP should be... It's going to be passing in an XP level. But we want it passing in the XP for level +1. So skill window manager here, total level. Level +1. I can't escape the mathmen. I feel like it's got to be super simple. I'm just not seeing it. So wait a second, because you do... Wait, no, you level up at level 1 at 100 XP. Right. We just established this. When you first load in and look at the tooltip, we are showing that 200 XP remains, which is correct because it's leveling 1 to level 2. But when we calculate what level you are, we are leveling you up to level 2 because we are consuming level 1's XP or level 0's XP to level you up from 0 to 1 and level 1's to level you up from 1 to 2 instead of level 2's. So we just start a level earlier. Surely. Dear Mr. Mathman, please grace me with the correct answer here. We'll find out. Alright, we got this, we got this. What skill are we leveling up now? Divinity. We haven't even seen that. We have Divinity. Cool. We are level 1. 0 XP. Next level is at 200 because that is the XP required at level 2 and not level 1. So now we'll find out what we get when we use a lantern on an oak tree, first of all. But sliders should keep going. So we actually do need 200 XP to get to level 2, not 100. So this is the moment of truth. Do we level up here? We do. Alright. We got a bunch of illuminated oak branches at least. So why intarnation? Level from XP is just going to be consuming from this. Starting at level 0. I guess, yeah, this didn't make a change because... I mean, if it starts at 0, it's a case of 0, so we're adding 0, and then it goes up to 1, and it's exactly where we were before. Level from XP. To do math curve. So we are going to believe in the heart of the cards and autocomplete. Oh god, no. To do math curve here instead of this monstrosity. Oh no. No. We're gonna say int level is equal to 0. Okay. This looks suspiciously like what we just had, but we were not consuming that XP away. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. We needed to have been doing that because this isn't actually at 200. This is at 300 XP. When you get to level 2, because it's... no, that's not right. That's not right. I'm just making up math now. Should it be current level plus 1? Oh, here. Did I... you're right. It is level plus... I mean, it probably is level plus 1. I'm going to actually revert back to this. Because I don't want this to be a cumulative thing. Or, I mean, I want this to be total, not for the next level. So I think this is actually correct. Like, we're just going down the line to see... Do I have this much XP yet? Do I have this much XP yet? Do I have this much XP yet? And it... I'm just curious why it works. Oh, well, yeah. Works because we had 100 XP and it leveled us up. Are you resetting the EXP back to 0 after level up? I am not. I'm keeping a rolling total. And so this method here is actually like total XP values, not the XP that you need from the previous level. So that might also be throwing a wrench in things, but surely. Well, we need something to harvest with. Crafting XP. Will we level up at 100? We did not. We triggered 2 researches at the same time, so it's not the dramatic win that I was looking for because it was confusing, but I bet we're about to get to level 2. We're going to find out. Level 2, here we go. It's going to fill up. Level 2! Okay, so XP bar isn't totally sorted out because we needed that to reset to 0 progress. But you know what? I think that's good enough. We level up correctly. I need to just dig into the math on how to reset that to 0% when you're at 200. I'm just gonna trace through it again and do some more math. So I'm gonna do that with snacks. I appreciate everyone being here. My name is Andrew. I and another Andrew are working on this game called Elixir Emporium. If it's interesting to you, if you are chill and enjoy the streams, give me a follow. It's free. Or join our Discord. I stream every Tuesday. I do game development. On Wednesdays, I'm streaming Minecraft right now, a creative build where we're building a giant medieval city. This is Elixir Emporium. It is up on Steam. Go give it a wish list if you want to know when our demo is out, which should be this month. And yeah, thanks for chatting, Patrick. I'm gonna go get some food. It's been fun. We have a lot done. I mean, we've built all these systems the last however many weeks, but now we're kind of just tying them all together. So it feels like we didn't really build a lot, but now literally all tools in the game can generate with related skills, and you can start earning skill XP. I guess we still need to do some like subscriptions on when you level up stuff happens, because we want to give more stat points and stuff like that. We want to draw VFX, but I can do all that off camera. We did great. It all works. Thanks for being here, guys. I will see you next week, and have a good day.